Chapter 1430. Extra, Extra. The Heavenly Morning Post's headline has shaken the Yang realm. The descendant of the martial madman's faction has been killed after his door was breached. The fall of the great marshal shook all directions, and the news naturally spread out at the first possible moment. Big news! The great marshal Heavenly Venerable has been killed by an expert on the front page of the Cloudy Sky newspaper. This has caught everyone's attention. His master, a powerhouse that has existed since the archaic era, has issued a sky-high bounty. The outside world was in an uproar, causing a huge storm. Chu Feng had killed the great martial Heavenly Venerable in a single battle, causing the famous Heavenly Venerable of a generation to die a violent death. Not even a trace of his true spirit could escape. Even his master, the white-haired powerhouse, had tried to intervene but was unable to save him. The great martial Heavenly Venerable actually died just like that. He was killed by a youth in his own Dao field in front of everyone's eyes. This is truly unbelievable. Even the great martial Heavenly Venerable's enemies, those with great backgrounds, were somewhat dumbfounded at this moment. It was difficult for them to recover for a while, because this news was too shocking. As a Heavenly Venerable, this kind of creature was very difficult to kill, especially in their own Dao field. That was their home field, and it contained the opportunity and foundation of their Dao attainment. How could the great martial Heavenly Venerable suddenly die? However, this was the truth. It was extremely sudden. The great martial Heavenly Venerable had died. This is somewhat inconceivable. The great martial Heavenly Venerable has been powerful for so many years. It is said that he was cultivating a rare, mystical lotus that was rooted in a mother gold mine. It will mature in another 100 years. There was hope of becoming a powerhouse, but he actually died in front of everyone. Some experts with extremely high levels of evolution were astonished and felt that this was beyond their expectations. After all, that was one of the descendants of the martial madman's faction. Ordinary creatures wouldn't dare to act so wantonly and kill the great martial Heavenly Venerable. This news was quite explosive. Who is this person? He's like a fierce dragon crossing the river. He's a complete mess. He actually came to kill the great martial Heavenly Venerable just like that. Isn't he afraid that the powerhouse will go crazy and take revenge? Some people sighed. It was truly the case of the new generation replacing the old in Yangjiang. A new generation of tyrannical and heaven-defying geniuses had appeared. This isn't a newcomer, nor is he a nobody. He already has a certain level of fame in the Yang realm. Oh, who is he? Rumor has it that Tai Wu attacked him in the serene realm back then, but he didn't kill him, allowing him to escape. At that time, he was still a small cultivator, not worth mentioning, yet he was able to escape the attack of the Celestial Master. It can be seen that he's not a simple person. There are already signs that he can achieve what he has today. In an instant, as some people discussed, some vague details about Chu Feng's past were revealed. However, I feel like this is a path to death. If a martial emperor carries out a divination, how many people in this world can hide from the heavens? He can't escape and will soon be killed. Someone sneered, coming to this conclusion. I don't think so. It's not like he hasn't been targeted before. According to his past, he has some tricks up his sleeve. Isn't he still alive now? Let's wait and see. He's definitely going to die. We can already start the countdown. Almost half a day. I guarantee that he won't live past today. Someone said with certainty. Many people nodded. Some super powerhouses in the Yang realm also felt that if the martial madman carried out a serious divination, not many people could escape. For a moment, many people began to silently calculate the time. They believed that Chu Feng didn't have much time left and was about to become a dazzling shooting star that would fall into darkness after a brief dazzle. However, after waiting for half a day, there was still no news of Chu Feng's death. Some people even caught a glimpse of his figure, and it was obvious that he was still alive and kicking. This made those who vowed that he was going to die speechless, and their faces became hot. Those who could make such a prediction were at least celestial masters, but the result was quite inaccurate. Moreover, Not long after, the martial madman's youngest disciple, the white-haired female powerhouse, appeared again and increased the bounty, which really caused people to exclaim in surprise. Heavens, whoever can capture Chu Feng alive, apart from getting the bounty. The female powerhouse also promised to do everything in her power to bring him to see the martial madman. This was a very shocking news. Since the prehistoric era, how many people could have an audience with a madman who had the title of martial emperor? In the eyes of many sect masters, this was like a pilgrimage that needed to be worshipped. This was because once they received the guidance of the martial madman, they would definitely be able to break through the shackles and evolve to a higher level. This was simply a heavenly fate. The people discussed fervently and quickly came to a conclusion that it was most likely inconvenient for the martial madman to make a divination. He should be in closed-door training, otherwise, why would he allow that person to live? Only Chu Feng sneered. Moreover, he became more and more confident. He firmly believed that with his current attainment as a hung king, with a stone jar in his hand, it was enough to conceal the mysteries of heaven. No one could cross time and space to kill him. This is much easier. Chu Feng wore a faint smile. If he were to make a move in the future, he could just brush his sleeves and leave. Even if there were prehistoric old monsters investigating him, what could they do? At the same time, he sighed softly. His own strength was still not strong enough. Otherwise, why would he need to hide and fight with the white-haired powerhouse? When would he be able to fight with the martial madman? If he didn't escape like this, he would have to avoid dozens or hundreds of provinces away. He spat out a mouthful of resentment. If others knew his current thoughts, they would definitely want to give him 2 slaps. How long did you cultivate for? You want to fight a powerhouse and pinch a martial emperor? What are you thinking? Unfortunately, that white-haired powerhouse was millions and millions of miles away at that time. Otherwise, how could the ghost from the Yang realm survive? His corpse would have turned cold long ago. This was a celestial venerable who had a close relationship with Tai Wu. He felt regretful and a little disappointed. The famous celestial venerable of their generation was actually easily killed by a junior. It made him feel as if he had experienced it himself and felt slightly bitter. Very soon, the ancient newspaper that was known as the Yang realm's largest circulation published an article. It revealed Chu Feng's origins from many aspects and explained that he was not a simple person. Everyone has underestimated him. I'm afraid this youngster's roots are not simple. When the ancient newspaper mentioned a special event, it immediately moved everyone. Does anyone still remember that there was once a disturbance in the special circle? Some youngsters with extraordinary aptitude were detected to have words carved on their soul light. My uncle is Chu Feng. This kind of information had appeared on the bodies of many astonishingly talented youngsters. It was actually engraved in the depths of their soul light. This phenomenon had once caused a hurricane among the higher-ups of the great sects and shocked everyone. However, in order to prevent the situation from escalating and causing panic, it was suppressed artificially at that time. The news was not allowed to spread, and the disturbance was quickly quelled. Now that the old matter was brought up again, it seemed much more serious. That was because the 2 words, Chu Feng, were too eye-catching. Chu Feng again? Was it the same person? All of a sudden, all the old monsters were guessing, and a few powerhouses were drawing in cold breaths. The ancient newspaper interviewed many of the people involved and came into close contact with these geniuses. They understood a few astonishing truths. Many of these youngsters were actually born on the same day and were divided into several batches. It was as if they had agreed to come to the Yang realm together. In addition, some of these youngsters' temperaments were even somewhat similar. In general, they were all very restless. This made many people dumbstruck and gave rise to endless frightening guesses. Chu Feng was speechless after he learned of this. He could only curse inwardly. Could some people not appear on the same day? That was because the corresponding geniuses were all engraved by him in one breath. They were divided into several batches and were all related to how far apart they were on the reincarnation road. Therefore, the date of birth was also one of the few choices. In addition, temperaments, The main thing was that these people were the first to provoke Chu Feng and push and shove at him. They were all thorns, so they were picked out by Chu Feng to have his words engraved. Of course, the factor of a powerful soul light was also taken into consideration later on. However, these kinds of people were innately dishonest. The ancient newspaper came to a conclusion through all kinds of analysis. Chu Feng's background was a bit terrifying and was suspected to be related to the power on the reincarnation road. This immediately caused a monstrous storm. Reincarnation hunters appeared at the first instant the news was published. All the great powers knew that they were a strange power that protected the reincarnation road. They were extremely mysterious and difficult to surmise. This caused the chaos this time to become even greater, and the storm became more and more intense. On the same day, Thai newspaper also published an article saying that Chu Feng was very likely the reincarnation of some prehistoric mythological figure. His background was truly too strange. They listed a series of evidence to explain some of Chu Feng's abnormalities. They even believed that he might be the reincarnation of the prehistoric Black Hand Li Su. After this news appeared, there was an immediate uproar. They were incomparably shocked and felt that everything was in complete disorder. Li Su is back. The Black Hand is him? Impossible. How can it be that youth? What the hell? Li Su has become Black Hand Shu? That might really be the case. Look, he's fearless and is directly challenging the martial madman's entire department. If it was someone else, who would dare to do this? That's courting death. Only the Black Hand dares to do so. After all, he was the one who smashed the martial madman's black brick back then. He's the only person in history who made the martial madman's scalp bleed. Thai newspaper had great influence and had always been at odds with the ancient newspaper. Both of them believed that they had the highest circulation in the Yang realm, so the competition was fierce. However, it was undeniable that they had the widest audience. After this joint report, it caused a huge wave. Following that, the Black Blood Research Institute also published an article. It was one of the 4 authoritative institutions in the Yang realm regarding evolution. They were probing the various conditions required for Chu Feng to walk the path of King Hung. It can be confirmed that this is a genius. To be able to reach this step, he's almost unrivaled in the world. Throughout history, how many Kings Hung have appeared? When did they appear? This was the evaluation of the Black Blood Research Institute. They gave Chu Feng extremely high praise, and it immediately caused a huge commotion. One had to know that this was one of the truly authoritative institutions. They had all kinds of research and experiments on evolution. They had gathered a large number of old pedants and had a frightening number of talents. If one didn't consider individual combat strength and only focused on theoretical research, the 4 great research institutes were worthy of the title of authoritative. It's not just you guys. Even we, who know all kinds of secrets and have unearthed the truth of history, haven't seen many King Hung in history. So, all the goddesses and geniuses who are praised to the heavens, put away your arrogance. If you really meet King Hung, you're nothing. That's the difference between a swallow and a swan, the difference between a chicken and a dog, and a giant dragon. The mouth of a certain old pedant from the Black Blood Research Institute was too poisonous. While he was unrestrainedly praising Chu Feng, he also greatly belittled and attacked many geniuses in the Yang realm. Was he praising Chu Heishou to death? Many people were somewhat suspicious. Of course, there were even more people whose hearts were fluctuating violently. This was a King Hung. This kind of creature was too rare. It would be difficult to see one even after so many years. That Chu Feng was so outstanding. If they could rope him into their camp or capture him alive to extract his bloodline for research, that would be a priceless treasure. In any case, Chu Feng's name had shaken the world in a short period of 1 or 2 days. Chu Feng was at the heart of the struggle, and people from all sides were in heated discussion. But what about him now? He was already hundreds of prefectures away from the scene of the incident, and he was secretly thinking about rescuing a person, Zilwan. The maid he had subdued in the lesser netherworld, the proud Zilwan of the Purple Phoenix clan, who was usually eccentric delicate and conceited, but every time he reprimanded her, she would show a timid and weak attitude. Some time ago, before he went to the Supreme Forbidden Area, he had once discovered a poster of a certain celebrity in the Yang realm. There was actually a birdcage hanging in the luxurious residence of the celebrity. At that time, Chu Feng had recognized at a glance that the spiritual bird in the cage was Ziluan's true form. The once proud girl, the chattering and loyal little maid, had actually been reduced to someone else's caged bird and was kept in an ice-cold iron cage. At that time, Chu Feng felt that he was not strong enough, and he also vaguely felt that there might be some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, why would she so coincidentally appear in the poster? Oh, who was it that sensed it in advance and thought that I had already come to the Yang realm at that time? Did they want to deal with me and set up a net to wait for me? Wanted me to throw myself into it? Chu Feng pondered, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He said, "You've angered me, using the people around me as bait, wanting to deal with me, then just wait for me to kill my way to your door. But I can't be hasty. I need to be calm to save someone. I'm not in a hurry. I need to improve my strength first." Chu Feng calmed himself down. He could use the 3 seeds now, and the firmest foundation in the Yang realm had already been firmly established. It was time to let the 3 supreme seeds take root and sprout again. He was looking forward to it very much. The reason why Chu Feng could have today's achievements was all because of the germination and blossoming of one of the 3 seeds. Now, he was going to open up this path again. Third Sect Leader. Chapter 14:31. The mountain was vast, and the clear spring water sprinkled down. The violet golden bamboos swayed, and the lustrous leaves rustled as they rubbed against each other. Purple mist diffused, and the spiritual energy was exceptionally dense. Chu Feng stood at the top of the mountain and surveyed the land. He was looking for a suitable place to plant the strange seed in his hand and thus evolve. The outside world was in an uproar and couldn't calm down. The storm this time was very big, especially after the articles published by the major newspapers. It continued to ferment like a hurricane sweeping and whistling. This involved a young man's magnificent feat of killing a celestial venerable. It also involved the sky-high bounty offered by the Almighty, as well as the martial madman with world-shaking strength. In addition, there were reincarnation hunters and so on. The impact was too great and couldn't be calmed down in a short time. Everyone was evaluating and discussing. "My uncle is Chu Feng," a genius girl murmured. In the distance, the girl's master, an elder of a great sect, had a deep gaze and a gloomy expression. He didn't know whether the situation was good or bad because the future was full of variables. Such a group of people had words engraved on their soul lights. After careful thought, it was indeed terrifying. If these people were all related and walked together in the future, it would be quite shocking. After careful thought, this was an entire generation of elites. They were all geniuses, and if they all became members of the same organization, it would simply make one's hair stand on end. In fact, many people were considering this problem. Some people believed that it must be suppressed in advance. If such a future organization were to take shape, just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. As expected, those who dare to oppose the martial madman aren't simple. Their roots are unfathomable. Don't tell me the Black Hand, Li Su, has really revived and is about to return? Some people had serious expressions. "Hee, that's great. Chu Feng, you've come." There were also people laughing with sparkling tears in their eyes. They were somewhat happy, but there were also traces of sorrow. She was Lady Shi. Even her hair was shining. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was like snow, and she was as ethereal as a fairy. However, when she smiled, her big eyes curved like a little demoness. When she learned that Chu Feng had slaughtered Taiwu alone, she was happy and worried, happy and sad. Thinking of the past and seeing Chu Feng reach this step, she was excited and worried for Chu Feng at the same time. All in all, she was more happy than worried. She knew that Chu Feng wouldn't act recklessly. If he dared to do so, he would definitely be able to protect himself. She had recognized Xiao De as Chu Feng in the three-way battlefield. She didn't expect this guy to make such a big move in such a short period of time. Demon Chu, you can do it. The godlike girl will continue to look down on you from the Yang realm. Zhou smiled as she spoke. Her melancholy disappeared, and she became happy. She looked forward to reuniting with Chu Feng. The Zhou clan was known as the sixth clan in the Yang realm. They were boundlessly enormous and possessed unfathomable strength. At this moment, a few old monsters gathered together and discussed in secret. They had long since understood the relationship between their family's eccentric little princess, Zhou Shi, and the devil, Chu Feng. This is really great. Brother-in-law. Oh no, big brother Chu Feng, you're too awesome. You can actually kill a celestial venerable alone and kill Tai Wu in front of everyone. Your talent is unrivaled. Ying Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of little stars as she was excited and moved. The silver-haired Lolita of the past had long since grown into a slender and elegant woman. Her waist-length silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her large, bright eyes blinked. She was as elegant and beautiful as a fairy. She clenched her elegant fists, and her face was full of smiles. This is really bad. It's really him. Ying Wudi's face darkened as he muttered to himself. He looked at his younger sister speechlessly and then glanced at his older sister, Ying Zhexian, in the distance. From his point of view, he had lost his older sister in the little netherworld. Even though their relationship broke up later on, they still had a name after all. He had to call Chu Feng brother-in-law, but now he had to lose another younger sister. He felt indescribably upset. He really wanted to grab Chu Feng and give him a violent beating. Chu Feng, demon, you really are my blood brother. I can't afford to offend you. Damn it, I only have one older sister and one younger sister in total. Do you want to eat them all up by yourself? I'm so angry. Ying Wudi's face was as black as the bottom of a wok when Chu Feng was mentioned. He was so angry that he couldn't wait to have a decisive battle with Chu Feng. But he was only thinking about it. What kind of joke was this? Even the celestial venerables had been slaughtered by that fellow. He was so ferocious that he was a complete mess. How could he possibly be a match for him? If he really dared to go over, he reckoned that he would be beaten into a dumpling and beaten into a pig's head. Not far away, Ying Zhexian was expressionless. She only glanced at him once before looking into the distance. Illo! Woo! A beast's roar came from within the dense fog. In the end, its imposing manner became majestic and turned into a tiger's roar. It shook the entire mountain range, and the endless forest was trembling. This was the ruins of the exotic wilderness tiger race. It was an outstanding and dangerous land, the forest of chaos. Back then, after the Manchurian tiger parted ways with Chu Feng and Old Gu, he traveled far away by himself. His destination was this place. He had been entrenched here for a long time to comprehend everything within the ruins. The exotic wilderness tiger race was too powerful. It was a mutation of the strongest bloodline of the white tiger and the black tiger. After transcending, they were known to be able to eat the heavenly dragon. But it was precisely because they were too terrifying and their bloodline was boundlessly powerful that it was difficult for them to reproduce. They couldn't last for long and had been extinct for a long time. The Manchurian tiger, Old Gu, and Chu Feng all ate the bloodline fruit and were able to transform. That was why the Manchurian tiger found this place. He subdued a few vicious beasts in the process. Today, he received the news and was immediately incomparably excited. His great enmity had been avenged, and his brother was unexpectedly so powerful. Brother, wait for me. When Great Tiger Dong comprehends the supreme scripture of the exotic wilderness tiger race, I won't hold you back when I come into being. I'll help you one day. Great Tiger Dong shouted. The tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. The entire forest of chaos was violently shaking. The mist that contained the patterns of the great Tao was unceasingly expanding. Within a nameless mountain, a youth with red lips and white teeth was roasting a mysterious corpse that had been dead for hundreds of millions of years. He took a bite and then spat it out. Pooh, This old corpse is really unpalatable. This was old Goo. He had previously revived from underground and was the body of the 9 netherworlds. Only after eating the bloodline fruit did he recover and become the body of the exotic wilderness Dao race. Now, he was also pursuing power. He stole some ancient beast corpses and treasures from famous mountains and great rivers to increase his own strength. He couldn't forget his own big brother, Li Su. When Li Su was at the peak of his power, he swept through the 6 directions and 8 desolates. However, he unexpectedly died a violent death. Even now, he didn't know the cause of his death. This was old Goo's lifelong obsession. He wanted to find out the truth and take revenge for Li Su. Who would have thought the guy would be so good at tormenting people? He actually killed Tai Wu. After old Gu heard the news, he was a bit dumbstruck and felt horrified. In his opinion, Chu Feng already had such strength at such a young age. He was simply not weaker than his big brother back then. Could it really be my big brother's reincarnation? Bah, this thing is such a scoundrel. How could he be as wise and powerful as my big brother? Old Gu was unconvinced. However, he began to get serious. He wanted to rapidly improve himself and rise in this era where heaven and earth were becoming more and more terrifying and the mysteries of heaven were becoming increasingly vague. He's actually so powerful. You really are my father. In a certain distant and unknown mountain range, a youth had just come out from robbing an ancient tomb. After hearing the discussions of the evolvers on the road, his expression was rather complicated. His strength was very strong, but at this moment his face was twitching. After hearing the news about Chu Feng, his expression was rather complicated. He was the little Taoist from back then, the son of Chu Feng and Qin Luing. His reincarnation was very successful. After all, he had walked onto the reincarnation path with a complete talisman. Now, after learning that Chu Feng had come into being and that his battle achievements were so shocking, he had a feeling that he was being mocked by that old man. It was as if Chu Feng was telling him that his father was still his father. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I wanted to guide you in this life. I wanted to guide you and teach you. In the end, I didn't expect you to come into being even earlier than me. Moreover, you're so extraordinary. The little Taoist was extremely indignant. He felt that his previous life was too miserable. He was beaten up by Chu Feng on the reincarnation path and robbed of his talisman. In the end, he even became his son inexplicably. He couldn't even take revenge, even if he had a grudge. He really felt too depressed and too sullen. The little Taoist still wanted to properly teach Chu Feng in this life, in the Yang realm, and let him know why flowers are so red. In the end, he sadly discovered that if they were to meet again, he might possibly experience another tragedy. As expected of my brother. Within a certain dark organization, a youth with slick back hair had 2 coarse ox horns on his head. He had a cigar as thick as a carrot in his mouth and was puffing out clouds of smoke. He was extremely happy. Suddenly, with a bang, an old ox gave him a hoof and sent him flying out like a scarecrow. The ox berated him. You're just a fart, puffing out clouds of smoke all day long. Go cultivate. I'll go. The big black yak's reincarnation. Little Yak was incomparably gloomy. He mumbled, this old ox isn't young anymore. Give me some more time. Let us brothers properly cultivate. No, let us father and son cultivate. In the end, he flew out again before he could even finish changing his words. Calf brat, you're becoming more and more impudent. Who are you brothers with? Your grandfather. I'll beat you to death. The old ox was enraged. He glared there and gave him a few more hoof. Don't. Father, you're my biological father. Why are you scolding my grandfather? He's also your biological father. If you hit me again, I'll tell him. I'm hitting you, calf brat. Then, with a bang, the calf flew into the air. Ilmu, it hurts so much. Calf's calf howled. In the Yang realm, outside a certain dangerous land, a silvery bolt of lightning flew past in the sky above the silent and lifeless Scarlet Land. It tore through the void, and its speed was really too fast. When it stopped and landed on top of a mountain, people were shocked to discover that it was actually a White Qilin. It wasn't an ordinary Qilin beast, but a true Qilin with ancestral blood. The mountain peak was a forbidden area. There was an altar at the top, and on the altar was a broken ancient eggshell. A creature had hatched from it more than 10 years ago. This was a forbidden area. The egg on the altar had existed for who knew how many years. The eggshell had already become stone and almost fossilized. In the end, it still hatched a creature. This white Qilin had recently been out and traveling nearby. Today, it received news of Chu Feng. Its eyes flickered and were filled with the radiance of wisdom. It said softly, "I taught you the breathing technique. We went through life and death together in the serene realm. Are we finally going to reunite now?" On this day, not only were the orthodoxies in the Yang realm in heated discussion, but some of Chu Feng's old friends who had awakened the memories of their past lives were also shocked. They were happy and shocked. Chu Feng's ex-girlfriend, Linoi, was originally about to embark on a mysterious path. At this moment, after receiving the news, she was also shocked and revealed a strange expression. She said softly, "You actually reached this step. Your steps are very big, and your speed is too fast." In a certain beautiful mountain valley in Cloud Province, white mist billowed and caves were everywhere. The spiritual energy was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. It was truly a land of immortals. There was a manor in this area. It had the majesty of a palace, but also the novelty of a modern villa. The herbal field in the courtyard was fragrant and colorful. There was even a pavilion in front of it, a waterfall, a wisteria, and a verdant parasol tree. In the pavilion, a pure white hand was throwing food into a black gold birdcage suspended in midair. It was accompanied by an indifferent voice. "Oh, it's a little interesting. The ghost of the serene realm has become a spirit and killed even Taiwu. He." After this person left, the beautiful purple wand in the cage let out chirping sounds and was about to cry. However, it couldn't transform now and couldn't make a human sound. It was completely beaten back to its original form, and its large eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 1432. Qi. A beam of light tore through eternity, severing the river of time, piercing through the past, present, and future, traversing through all levels. With the descent of this beam of light, a world bloomed like a flower, burning, and then returning to eternal silence. The entire world was destroyed, eternally evaporating. The creatures of this world all turned into dust in the end. Chu Feng was suddenly shaken, withdrawing from his absent-minded state just now. What did he see? Did the world of the living explode? Was it smashed into powder? What kind of strange scene was this? It really was a bit too terrifying. He found this peaceful mountainous region and wanted to plant the 3 mysterious seeds to evolve himself. He needed a stone jar during this process. It was because it was like this back then. The seeds could only be placed in a stone jar to germinate. However, just now, he hadn't even started planting them. He only stared at the stone jar, exploring its oddities like before. He never expected to see such a scene. The world was pierced through and completely split apart. The universe burned and completely evaporated. What kind of scene was this? Was that the world of the living? It seemed plausible, but it was actually a bit similar. His entire body released a chill. Did he see the past? Or did he inadvertently look into the future? This really made one's hair stand on end. He didn't get up and maintained his previous state, immersing his mind into the stone jar again. Not long after, he calmed down and soon saw the abnormal situation again. The heavens rose and fell, one realm after another rising and falling like bubbles. It was like millions and millions of floating dust particles, continuous and unending. It truly was the 10,000 heavens. What was that beam of destructive light that pierced through a world? It was actually a stone jar. It seemed to be fleeing, but also like it was struck out by someone. It came from a distant and unknown place, piercing through a world and destroying a great heaven and earth. Thus, it brought about destruction. Was this the scene of the past? Was this the origin of the stone jar? Chu Feng was shaken. He didn't expect to see such a strange scene today. Where did you come from? How many worlds have you passed through, and how many great worlds have an auspiciousness because of this ending here?" Chu Feng said softly. He held the stone jar in his hand, feeling an unprecedented weight. This thing's origins were too great. For an entire day and night, he didn't plant the 3 seeds and instead silently experienced them. He wanted to see the ultimate truth. In the end, he could only shake his head and sigh. This wasn't something he could explore, at least not yet. However, he believed that the Yang realm might be different. At the very least, after the stone jar landed in this world, it was supported, and this world didn't collapse and perish. Or could it be that you were originally from this world? Chu Feng pondered. Whoosh! Suddenly, he heard a slight sound, and then he saw a cold black light interweave. He thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but what kind of creature was he? King Hung. How could it be an illusion? The bottom of the stone jar? Chu Feng was astonished. The bottom of the stone jar, which had never moved before, seemed to have threads of black lines extending into the endless depths of the void. How could it be so strange? He had the super eyes of fire and gold. In that instant, he vaguely felt a boundless terror. The ends of these threads seemed to be connected to an endless heaven and earth. These black threads seemed to carry traces of the aura of hell. Is it true that hell is intertwined with the 10,000 realms, extending to the mountainous regions and the vast expanse of worlds? Those places all have the most ancient hell. This kind of hell was definitely not the reincarnation road that he had walked through. It should have been formed countless eras earlier, long before the incalculable epoch. Was it naturally formed, or was it artificially excavated? If it was the former, then the heavens were truly unfathomable and unimaginable. To this day, the so-called ultimate powerhouses had never truly comprehended and understood it. If it was the latter, then it was even more terrifying. Who was it that had such great power to be able to excavate like this, connecting one realm after another, shocking the world and dominating the past? There are still reincarnation hunters in the present world. Perhaps I should start with them and reveal the shocking truth hidden in the fog from the reincarnation road that I have walked through. Chu Feng said. He felt that when he was powerful enough, the new hell of the present world would be his goal. Perhaps he could find something. However, this was easier said than done. The so-called reincarnation road had existed for who knew how many eras. It was so ancient that it was frightening, and so deep that it made people shudder. One had to know that even the enemies of Li Su and the martial madman would choose this road if they were defeated. It was evident that the so-called reincarnation road was of paramount standards. You're really strange. It's hair-raising and chilling. Chu Feng stared at the stone jar in his hand. Why did this thing seem deeper and more unfathomable the more he looked at it? On the side wall of the stone jar, only an extremely small corner of the diagram was revealed. He had previously seen the blurry scenes of supreme creatures from before the age of collapsed emperors one after another. He had also obtained several tens to over 100 supreme golden runes from that corner. And now, the bottom of the stone jar had finally revealed a corner of the iceberg. While he was in a trance, there were actually black lines spreading out. It was really strange. Chu Feng was puzzled. Why could he see such a strange phenomenon today? He thought about it. The only accident recently was that when he slaughtered the High Martial Heavenly Lord, the stone jar had smashed into that rice grain-sized broken tile. Was it related to it? That was like the debris of a jar. At that time, I felt that it had a similar aura to the stone jar in my hand. It seemed to be an artifact from the same era. Chu Feng was puzzled. What he had seen just now was caused by the energy transferred over by the debris of the tile, or did the High Martial Heavenly Lord's broken tile awaken some kind of memory in the stone jar? At this time, in a boundless distant land that transcended heaven and earth, a voice rang out from an unknown place. Don't think, I still return. In reality, many strange phenomena had occurred in the Yang realm today, and it wasn't limited to this world. Reincarnation hunters were frequently dispatched because they discovered to their horror that some terrifying cracks had appeared around some areas of the reincarnation road. The ancient road was mended. Some legendary beings who had passed away in meditation long ago, beings who had existed before the martial madman era, had walked out and were rapidly mending the road. Faintly discernible, a voice came from a crack near a certain section of the reincarnation road. I once ruled the world for 10 lifetimes and was called the king for 10 lifetimes. But who am I now, and where am I in the past? This voice was full of desolation, vicissitudes, and inexplicable despair. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the valiant young man he had seen outside a certain city in the world of the living before dawn. He was suspected to be a prisoner who had temporarily escaped from the ultimate dark land of reincarnation and was on the loose. There were also void figures that appeared within the cracks. They maintained their human forms, appearing in this world. They carried perplexity and disappointment as they roared out. Who am I? Who suppressed time? Who erased the passage of time? Who imprisoned me? I once fought through the endless cosmos, seeking defeat, yet I couldn't. I am Emperor. At this moment, the most mysterious soul river, which only peerless experts could understand and hear, rang out a soul-suppressing song. The faint sound pierced through time and traveled to the floating earth of the four poles, passing through the celestial emperor burial pit. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound came from the martial madman's place of seclusion. A crack appeared on a prehistoric ancient lamp in the forbidden land of seclusion, and the light was instantly extinguished. One must know that the origin of this lamp was astonishing. It had existed for a long time and could predict some terrifying futures related to the martial madman. This immediately woke him up, giving rise to a warning sign in his heart. He silently deduced and drew in a breath of cold air. At this time, all of his disciples and followers in this land of extreme north were alarmed. Patriarch, what happened? Some disciples asked cautiously and tremblingly in the distance. My master's master is still alive and is going to live to this era. The martial madman muttered to himself. His eyes were like the abyss, occasionally emitting a faint light that was too terrifying to be seen. Then there was an oppressive silence. After a brief moment, the martial madman spoke again in a low voice. The prophecy of the past has come true. An unprecedented upheaval has begun in this world. At the same time, at the eastern desolate border, the place where Chu Feng lived after breaking out of the reincarnation, the place where he incarnated as Ji Dade, the Ji clan, was also undergoing changes. At the back mountain of the Ji clan, one could see celestial light soaring into the sky, auspicious vapors rising, and divine rays illuminating the entire desolate mountains and rivers. All of this originated from the temple on the back mountain of the Ji clan. Back then, the place where the fairy of the temple resided was like 100,000 blazing suns. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely be shocked, because the light that illuminated the world was filled with the rich energy of the reincarnation. A living body was returning from the light, constantly growing stronger. She was the fairy of the temple. When they first met, Chu Feng had sensed her special aura and guessed that she was a reincarnated person and was once a prehistoric powerhouse. This was all that she had awakened after the reincarnation. In the previous life, she had left behind too many backup plans, and now all of her power was rapidly recovering. In reality, this wasn't something that only happened now. Previously, even Chu Feng had heard that there was an unfathomable powerhouse awakening in the desolate border. The kingdom of heaven on earth she left behind was reviving, about to completely return. And now, this kind of evolution had reached its peak. The energy of the fairy of the temple at her peak was gathering and surging. One could see a great temple condensing in the kingdom of heaven, golden and resplendent to the extreme. The figure sitting at the center was extremely powerful. It wasn't only the fairy of the temple. Even the old woman at her side was rising. There was even someone familiar to Chu Feng, Dong Qing, that woman with a bucket waist, a bloody mouth, long chest hair, and a birthmark on her face. She had once taught Chu Feng the Shaolin fist. Right now, Dongqing was also rapidly becoming stronger. In the Yang realm, many people sensed it. For example, the old monsters sleeping in the famous mountains and great rivers were all roused. Even on the first mountain, number 9 suddenly raised his head and stared at the desolate border. In the extreme north, the martial madman sensed it even more. His eyes burst out with divine radiance as he muttered to himself, "Li Su died, a legend among legends. She has reappeared." In the desolate border, a voice transmitted from the temple that was becoming more and more majestic. It was as if it came from the 33 heavens, grand and divine. It was as if time had illuminated the world, and the rhythm of the great Tao baptized the entire desolate East. The upheaval has begun in this era. Dongqing, gather the remaining troops in the Yang realm and consolidate my kingdom of heaven. Dongqing suddenly raised her head after hearing this. She looked at the ancient temple in the kingdom of heaven and said, "I solemnly obey the supreme decree." In the Yang realm, all kinds of changes were taking place. Everything was different. Meanwhile, Chu Feng didn't care about this. He was going to start planting those 3 mysterious seeds and prepare to evolve. Chapter 1433. It's a bit troublesome. Chu Feng weighed the stone jar with some hesitation. If he wanted to plant the 3 seeds, he would need to use the stone jar. However, there was something sealed in the jar, and any carelessness would lead to an unforeseen event. "It's fine, I can still suppress you." He firmly opened the stone jar. The moment the fist-sized jar was opened, the entire mountainous region was immediately dyed in the color of blood. It was as if it had fallen into the depths of hell. Bone-piercing cold, ghostly wails, and flying sand and stones. All the inauspicious scenes that could be imagined in the world appeared. A black rain of blood rose from the ground, accompanied by a yellow whirlwind accompanied by scarlet lightning. The terrifying whining sound pierced into one's soul. A terrifying humanoid creature pounced toward Chu Feng. This was the strange and inauspicious effect caused by the strands of the U-level pollen he had accidentally come into contact with in the supreme forbidden area. At that time, he had cut it off and sealed it in the stone jar. Now around this strange humanoid, there were countless spatial cracks several feet wide, spreading in all directions like a big explosion. At this moment, even the order of heaven and earth was trembling, and the mountains, rivers, and earth were trembling. Such an inauspicious thing was awe-inspiring, terrifying, and truly terrifying. It was indescribable and constantly changing from a humanoid to another species. This was an inevitable and difficult tribulation to overcome when undergoing the DU level transformation. Suppress. Chu Feng lightly shouted and pressed down a long bronze tool. With the help of the stone jar's lid, they worked together to imprison it in the void. The bronze tool also originated from the secret realm of the supreme forbidden area. It had fallen from a bronze coffin during a great battle countless years ago, and it had an indescribable demon-suppressing ability. Although there were ghostly wails and various abnormal scenes of demons crying tears of blood, that indescribable thing was finally unable to move. Did it contaminate my reincarnation soil? Chu Feng looked at the stone jar. There were many rare materials inside, and he was truly afraid that the strange thing would corrode some of the treasures. Fortunately, everything was fine. That terrifying and strange thing only targeted living things. Chu Feng's preparations were quite complete. This time, after looting the extreme martial dojo, he had brought a large amount of precious soil, all of which were quite high-grade and gorgeous medicinal soil. All kinds of soil were glowing. They didn't look like the so-called soil for planting plants at all. Instead, they looked more like piles and piles of small, sparkling, and translucent treasures. Some of the mounds shone with a myriad of colors. Some are like rainbows blooming with 7 kinds of lights, and some are like golden suns burning with dazzling energy radiance. Not to mention anything else. Just the quality of this oil was enough to make people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze, causing all the pores on Chu Feng's body to open up. That was because the rich energy essence was automatically drilling into his body. "Don't let me down," Chu Feng muttered to himself. He had been in the small netherworld for so long, and he had collected all this strange soil in the starry sky, but only one of the seeds had taken root and germinated. The other two seeds had never changed. Now he was quite looking forward to the other two seeds. Perhaps they could germinate and bear fruit after being nourished by the precious soil in the Yang realm. He carefully took out the 3 seeds. One of them, needless to say, had germinated many times and sprinkled the most mysterious pollen, creating Chu Feng. As for the other 2 seeds, they were still the size of a fingernail, just like in the past. One was jet black and very shriveled, as if it had been deformed and seriously lacked vitality. The other was purplish-brown and flat, as if it had been squashed by an irresistible external force. Now, Chu Feng had become the Hung King. He held the 3 seeds in his hand and tried to pinch them with force, but the result was that they didn't move at all. They couldn't be damaged at all. In fact, this was expected. One had to know that when the 3 seeds walked the path of reincarnation with him, rushing from the end of the netherworld to the Yang realm, Chu Feng's own body was protected by the stone jar and collapsed. If it weren't for the various medicinal herbs at the end of the netherworld, such as the 33-layer heaven's grass, and the like to nourish him, he would have died long ago. It was impossible for his flesh and blood to be reconstructed. Meanwhile, the 3 seeds had experienced all kinds of tribulations on the path of the netherworld. Even without the power of reincarnation, they could not be damaged in the slightest. This was even more terrifying because even the power of reincarnation couldn't erase them. Chu Feng placed the auspicious soil into the stone jar. Now, its capacity was very large. After all, after several transformations, the inside of the stone jar had a diameter of 10 meters. For a moment, the jar was overflowing with colorful lights. Dense mist rose, and the energy essence was astonishingly rich. It was like a narrow, immortal kingdom. He started from the lowest grade of soil. That was because Chu Feng had some kind of ambition. He hoped that the 3 seeds would be able to start all over again in the Yang realm. He hoped that they would blossom and bear fruit at the most primitive stage, awakening the conscious, shackled, and carefree levels. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Not only were there no movements from the 2 seeds that had never germinated, but there were also no changes to the seeds that had already blossomed more than once. He couldn't help but frown. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He still needed a higher grade of soil. Without any hesitation, he began to put in the 5-colored soil and the sparkling soil that emitted a 7-colored radiance. In reality, the so-called low-grade soil was only relative. After all, it originated from the great martial deity's ritual ground, so how could it be ordinary? But it was only relative. Now that it had changed to a high-grade soil, the spiritual energy was flourishing. Rays of brilliance were like a horned dragon soaring into the sky or a fire phoenix spreading its wings. It was extremely dazzling, and a vast and divine aura spread out. After careful observation, there was indeed movement from the seeds. One of them was emitting a vigorous and rich vitality and was slowly germinating in the soil. This made Chu Feng feel both happy and regretful at the same time. The other 2 seeds were still lifeless and showed no signs of recovery. Even the environment of the Yang realm can't do it. Don't tell me I have to go to the heavens or even higher regions. Or is the grade of the soil now not high enough? Chu Feng guessed. Could it be that this was a very special variant? It corresponded to an unimaginable level and would have a special effect once it bloomed? Don't tell me it'll grow into a fairy in the future. Or will it grow into a mysterious lady of the 9 heavens or a supreme empress? Chu Feng's smile was clearly asking for a beating. After so many years, the most vigorous seed had recovered once again. In any case, this was something to be happy about. It was just that the growth of the seed was somewhat slow. It wasn't as rapid as in the past. He observed for a moment and then put in the high-grade, golden soil into the stone jar. For a moment, divine light rushed into the sky like a blazing sun. The vitality rose and fell like the ocean as it expanded continuously. Were it not for Chu Feng's domain concealment, it would have alarmed all the life forms in the mountain range. Sure enough, the speed at which the seed took root and germinated was a bit faster. It gradually broke through the soil, and a smear of golden light accompanied by black light and also dyed with green multicolored light blended together and evolved. In the end, it became a small tree that grew out of the pot. An astonishing vitality was being nurtured. A terrifying tide of spiritual energy surged and surged. It was extremely astonishing and was actually accompanied by the interweaving of laws. Good. Chu Feng was overjoyed. However, the growth rate of this sapling was still not fast enough for the little netherworld. He could only wait patiently. It seems it's impossible to start from the beginning again. It should start from the Illuminator or God realm, guessed Chu Feng. Then, while waiting, he decisively took out a pile of fruits and some plants that were blossoming with sparkling flower buds. He began to eat and absorb them. These were the spoils of war he had plundered from the extreme martial training grounds. Originally, a large number of evolvers had gathered there because of the Immortal Ledge sacred fruit gathering. The things they carried were all rare treasures. The Black Blood Research Institute, one of the 4 most authoritative evolutionary research organizations in the Yang realm, had once published a special article on the strongest fruits of each realm. It also discussed the mutant fruits eaten by famous historical figures, such as Li Su and the Martial Madman. Those mutant fruits had now become synonyms for the strongest fruits and pollen. It was as if they had become the standard. This time, the exchange held at the Martial Madman's training grounds definitely did not lack such fruits. Moreover, there were many of them planted in the extreme Martial Training Institute's medicinal fields. Among them, the wisdom fruit of the Abu Jinbo ancient temple was world famous. Some of the peerless powerhouses with great achievements in history had eaten it, which made it extremely famous. Even Chu Feng had thought of taking the risk to explore the legendary ancient land, the Abu Jinbo ancient temple. There was such a fruit in front of him. It hung on a small tree that was half the height of a person. It was filled with purple gas, and its fragrance was so strong that it could not be dispersed. Chu Feng had plundered the entire medicinal field of the extreme Martial Training Institute. Naturally, there was more than one kind of sacred fruit. There was also the blood yuan fruit that was known to be the best for melting the shackles of the human body, the demon refining fruit from the prehistoric demon imperial palace, and the mysterious immortal herb from the Taoist ruins of the longevity temple. Its flower buds were hanging and filled with fragrance. These were the Immortal Ledge sacred fruits that the authoritative Black Blood Research Institute highly recommended. The whole world knew about them, and evolvers of all classes were envious. Chu Feng counted them carefully, and his heart trembled. Then he felt a huge sense of harvest and joy. These so-called strongest pollen and fruits from the awakened to the illuminator level were all included. However, it was a pity that they lacked those above the God level. However, it was understandable after thinking about it carefully. The higher the level of the strongest pollen and fruits, the scarier and more difficult it was to find them. After all, the main purpose of the exchange meeting this time was to serve the young geniuses. Naturally, it was mainly for those below the God level. I have 3 seeds. That's enough. Chu Feng was very confident about this. However, since he had obtained these Immortal Ledge sacred fruits, he naturally wouldn't waste them. He actively adjusted his own state and no longer had the aura of King Hong. He displayed the Yang Realm Golden Body Level Dao fruit. Back then, after coming to the Yang Realm, he chose a difficult and bitter path of cultivation based on the information he had learned. He didn't use pollen or fruits in the early stages and only relied on himself to break through. If he could break through the barrier by himself and break through to the Saint Domain, then compress it to the golden body level, his physical body would be unimaginable. It would be as if he had been tempered 1,000 times, and it would be like a real Buddha walking in the human world. After all these years, his efforts had paid off. He had walked through this difficult path. Now, his physical body was firm and tough. It could be said that he was walking in the human world with the body of a Buddha. He relied on himself to break through the insurmountable chasm and build the strongest foundation. After enduring for so many years, he could finally use pollen. He plucked a purple fruit and took a bite. Immediately, purple gas emitted from his 7 apertures, and his whole body was filled with fragrance. Rich energy poured into his body. Although he was already strong enough, it would be even more unimaginable if the little netherworld's hung King Tao fruit was taken into account. But now, this kind of fruit was still effective for him, because after he circulated the breathing technique, it wasn't just his physical body that was being nourished. There was also the corresponding soul light and spiritual energy of the Yang realm Tao fruit. As the small gray millstone rotated in his body, he removed all harmful substances and didn't leave a trace of future trouble. The essence was all rapidly absorbed. "It's delicious," Chu Feng exclaimed in admiration. He looked like he was enjoying it very much. He felt warm all over, and his spirit was about to leave his body. Very soon, he took another bite of the blood origin fruit. Scarlet clouds lingered around him, as if he was in a fairyland. "It's wonderful." Chu Feng was light as a feather, as if he was drunk. The Yang realm Tao fruit was being nourished, and his body became more and more sacred. Divine chains of order appeared in his pores. Not long after, he ate all the fruits and absorbed all the pollen. Clouds were steaming around his body, and the atmosphere was astonishing. It was as if a heavenly country had formed around him. This kind of evolution was extremely rapid. His Yang realm Tao fruit rose to the mirror level in one go and was about to enter the God level. He had already experienced the scenery of the Hung King domain. This kind of upheaval was nothing to him. He could calmly bear it. The Yang realm Tao fruit was no longer deliberately suppressed today. He began to rise unscrupulously and wanted to be on equal footing with the little netherworld's Hung King Tao fruit. In reality, once they were both Hung King Tao fruits, there would be more opportunities to choose. When the time came, when the two kings merged and yin and yang collided, what would happen? Everyone knew that it was extremely difficult to become a celestial venerable. One needed to use time to grind, nurture, and refine it. It was as difficult as a mortal ascending to heaven. However, Chu Feng had some confidence. If it was under the impact of the Hung King Tao fruit of yin and yang, he might be able to break through the barrier of the Great Path without the accumulation of time. Of course, if the 3 seeds bloomed and bore fruit many times this time, he might not even need to use these methods, and he would be able to advance rapidly. After all, the 3 seeds were too extraordinary. Apart from the higher grade soil that he used just now, he still had a backup plan. It was a mutant soil that was slightly stronger than the golden soil, celestial venerable level soil. In addition, this time, Chu Feng also collected the rare treasure that the Taiwu used to cultivate the mystical lotus, almighty level soil. The growth is too slow. It seems like I have to throw all the golden soil in. As expected, as Chu Feng put all the golden soil into the stone jar, the growth speed of the small tree increased continuously. In the blink of an eye, it became a golden trunk that was 6 feet tall. The black leaves swayed, and black light sprinkled down. The strange phenomenon was astonishing, and there were traces of green clouds that spread like ripples. In a split second, a strange sound was heard. It was like celestial music from the 9 heavens, but also like the sound of all the living beings in the heavens worshiping together. There was also the sound of Tao singing. Drastic changes began. The tree grew rapidly and was about to enter the mature stage. Flower buds could vaguely be seen gradually appearing. Chapter 1434. The 6-zhang tree trunk was golden and bold. It was covered in palm-sized old bark that looked like scales after splitting apart. Even though it had just been born and had only grown for a short period of time, it gave off a feeling of the vicissitudes of time. This was just too astonishing. When one looked at the trunk, it was as if they were facing a piece of history that couldn't be investigated. It was full of the accumulation of time, as if it had experienced the rise and fall of many great eras. Chu Feng felt that this was caused by the aura contained within the seed itself. It was unknown just how many great eras it had existed for, but it still hadn't been erased. The leaves on the tree swayed and dark light scattered down. It was as if dark stars suddenly released beams of light and fell from the cosmos, giving this place an indescribably powerful aura. At the same time, wisps of green multicolored light interweaved in the surroundings of this bold tree. It was accompanied by Tao sounds and sacrificial sounds that resounded through the mountains. In a daze, it was as if eras appeared one after another on a grand scale. The cosmos was resplendent, and heavenly geniuses contended for supremacy, but in the end, they were all bleak and bloodstained, heading towards the bleak end of decline. Those were tragic and bleak scenes. Even the ending was blurry and dim, unable to be completely recorded down. At the top of the tree, the branches were flourishing. Golden brilliance flickered about, and a gorgeous rain of light continuously descended. It was a divine expanse. Dense, immortal mist swirled about, as if an emperor flower was about to bloom. The flower bud grew at the very top of the branches. It continuously grew, gradually becoming larger and fuller. It was already 10 centimeters long, and wisps of fragrance, faintly discernible, wafted out. In that instant, everything returned to silence. As soon as this fragrance appeared, the entire mountain and river became completely peaceful. Many order symbols interweaved on the mountain. The shocking irregular scene was accompanied by a bone-penetrating fragrance, making Chu Feng's entire body calm down. His mind was at peace, and all of the murderous aura disappeared. He was like a saint, like a Buddha, like a great sage. At this moment, he felt as if he was pure like a crystal, bright like the bright moon, and brilliant like the rosy clouds of dawn. His entire body and mind were being refined, holy and otherworldly. It was to the extent where it gave others the misconception that he was even purer than a heavenly fairy. In a daze, he felt as if he was ascending to become an immortal. In that instant, a rain of light poured down from the sky, covering Chu Feng. His body was sparkling and brilliant, bathing within. That flower bud was blooming, wisps of white mist surging, scattering towards him. Just like in the past, when the pollen fell, not a single bit was wasted, like a trickle, all of it flowing towards him. Chu Feng's heart was as tranquil as an ancient well, without any waves or ripples. He circulated the robbery induction breathing technique and swallowed the special white mist. The pollen was like smoke and sunset, exquisite and sparkling. At first, entered his body through his nose and mouth. Then, the white mist enveloped his entire body and entered every inch of his muscles, entering all the cells in his body. At the top of the tree, the blooming flower buds were as big as a bowl and were divided into 3 layers. There were 9 green petals on the outermost layer of the flower. Green multicolored light surged around it, nurturing a strong aura of life. There were 6 golden petals in the middle, and they were all emitting a blinding light that was extremely intense. There were 3 petals in the innermost layer that shone with a black light like water. They were like the starlight flowing in the deep night sky, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. The pollen was at the very center, spreading out unceasingly. The fine granules were sparkling and sparkling, as though millions of tiny stars were pouring out in torrents. They fluttered in the air, transforming into mist and light particles. The fragrance was really special. It gradually thickened from a light fragrance and almost made people intoxicated. That they didn't know where they were, and their entire bodies were bathed in it, realizing a transition in the level of life. This kind of transformation was extremely swift and violent. Even Chu Feng could hear the sound of his joints moving and crackling. His blood flowed faster, and his heart was beating like a big drum. It shook the entire mountain region, causing it to tremble and rumble incessantly. Such a powerful heartbeat was really somewhat frightening. If an ordinary creature were here, It would cause their own heart to explode. At this moment, even many boulders on the ground were sent flying. At this moment, Chu Feng circulated the robbery induction breathing technique. Not only his flesh and blood, but even his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were breathing. His heart was flourishing like a red sun, and when his lungs breathed, there was sword qi surging inside. After that, his soul light also did the same. He breathed in and out, guiding the pollen into his body. The robbery induction breathing technique wasn't just the breathing of the corporeal body. Even the spirit was the same. And after the seed grew into a big tree and blossomed, its pollen could actually take effect on the soul light too. Those sparkling and translucent pollen directly entered the soul, which was truly shocking. From his flesh and blood to his viscera, then to his bones, marrow, and soul light, Chu Feng's entire body, including his hair, was translucent and translucent. It was even more resplendent than the morning glow, incomparably divine, and his entire body was wrapped in immortal mist. Very soon, he began to transform. His flesh and blood were minutely adjusted, and there would occasionally be partial remodeling. His flesh and blood were already the Hung King physique, but he could actually still have minute adjustments. It could be seen how abnormal the pollen was. It transcended the world. The biggest change was the Yang Realm Tao fruit. Chu Feng's Yang Realm soul light was resplendent like a huge sun across the sky. It illuminated every part of his body and nourished all of his cells. This was a kind of bizarre transformation. His flesh and spirit resonated, interacted, and boosted each other, allowing him to practically step into the God-level domain in an instant. Chu Feng's Yang Realm Tao fruit became stronger, growing to the God level, and then to the divine general level. This was truly a kind of rapid leap and astonishing growth. But to Chu Feng, this was nothing. After all, the little netherworld's Tao fruit had already reached the Hung King physique level, so he could completely endure it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to leap even further. The entire sky was filled with pollen, and there were flowing lights everywhere. They were as pure and holy as the bright moon, and as brilliant as the sea of stars. They covered the surface of Chu Feng's body, resonating with the soul light and resonating with order. At this moment, divine chains of order twined around him one after another, surrounding him in the center. It was as though an immortal king had come back to life, and he was suspected to be the reincarnation of a Tao ancestor. The scene was exceptionally astonishing. Not long after, all the light particles were absorbed by Chu Feng, and the dazzling flower petals that were the size of large bowls withered in an instant. Everything happened too quickly. Following that, the entire tree began to wither, as though it had experienced a fire calamity. The lusterless leaves were like butterflies dancing in late autumn, losing their essence, energy, and spirit. Life had reached its end. The entire tree withered, and then it collapsed. As the mountain wind blew, the main trunk of the Zhang's 6 golden body turned into ashes, and the leaves also turned into fine powder. As for the top of the tree, the moment the petals withered, a seed fell down and landed on the ground. It collided with the mountain rocks and actually emitted metallic sound. Chu Feng stood in the mountainous region, and the purple bamboo forest rustled in the distance. The glowing hair on his head danced in the wind, and there was a brilliant smile on his delicate face. The evolution this time allowed him to experience many things. The future path of evolution would illuminate the heavens, and it was worth looking forward to. On the surface, he looked like a harmless youth, full of youthful vigor, but how many people could see through him at first sight? Was he a Hung King? He had even killed a powerful celestial venerable. Chu Feng had been waiting for this day all along. He could once again absorb pollen as he strode forward. The great world of today was destined to change. From all the signs and the reactions of the various powerhouses, perhaps it would soon be earth-shattering and shake the foundations of this world. Now, rising up and becoming stronger was an urgent matter. Chu Feng hoped to compete in this great era with 100 barges vying and 1,000 sails racing to reach the supreme shore. Would it grow this time? Chu Feng walked over to the pile of ashes, searching for the seeds that had fallen to the ground. It can't be another divine weapon, right? When will it transform into a celestial fairy? He mumbled. After all, he had experience, so he didn't care too much. However, when he picked up the seed from the ashes, he was still dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. Only when the breeze blew past did Chu Feng say, "You hammer, you grew this thing?" He pinched the seed, looked at it, and said, "It really is a hammer." The seed turned into a small hammer that had a dark gold luster. It was about 2 inches long and was much bigger than the previous seeds. However, this thing could only be used with 2 fingers. It was too difficult to hold it in one's hand and smash it with one's hand. Chu Feng was quite speechless. This thing was becoming more and more strange. Whether it was a sword or a bell, they were both more beautiful than a hammer, but now it had turned into a dark gold hammer. He didn't even need to test it to know that it was definitely extremely hard and could be used as a weapon. At this time, Chu Feng turned back and looked at a distant mountain peak. "It's been so long. Have you seen enough?" He had long sensed that there were living beings there, but he didn't care because it was just a divine being spying on him. To him, it was as weak as a scarecrow. It was just that this interrupted his evolution process, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. Moreover, this person was a bit hostile. Swoosh! Chu Feng shook his hand and flung the hammer out. The sky rumbled with a boom, and the mountain peak collapsed immediately and turned into dust. A black pangolin appeared. It was originally hiding in the belly of the mountain and was now in a sorry state. At the same time, it was incomparably terrified. What kind of hammer was this? It hadn't even touched the mountain, but its aura had already torn the mountain apart. Not long ago, it had clearly seen that it was formed from a seed. It had fallen from a strange golden tree, 6 meters tall. It was simply too terrifying. It felt a wave of lingering fear. If the hammer had fallen directly, it would have turned into a pool of blood on the spot. This made its hair stand on end. It had come from the dark world and was an innate divine hunter. It was a creature that dared to spy on high-level evolved beings and search for their traces. However, it had only appeared today and was only in charge of searching. Yet, it was immediately discovered by someone. This made it tremble. Fortunately, it was well prepared. There was a ready-made teleportation domain divine platform beneath its feet. With a swoosh, it disappeared from its original position. However, Chu Feng's speed exceeded its imagination. The stone jar, bronze tool, and seed were quickly collected and disappeared into the teleportation domain in the blink of an eye. The mountains returned to peace amidst the whistling gales. However, millions and millions of kilometers away, an astonishing change had taken place over a dozen or so prefectures. In a swamp, black fog billowed. An Empyrean-level old pangolin, half man, half beast, was sitting in meditation. Suddenly, its eyes flashed open and a bolt of lightning seemed to cut through the void in the darkness. "Old ancestor, I've found traces of Chu Feng. Ah, he's following us." Only now did the divine-level pangolin realize that behind him, almost sticking to his neck, was a young man who looked very bright and radiant. Chu Feng immediately sensed that it was a dense darkness aura. The old pangolin in front of him came from the dark underground powers and was a natural killer. Without a doubt, this was the result of the bounty issued by the Taiwu's master. The dark underground creatures swarmed out of their lair. This was an old killer. Indeed, this old killer had lived to this day and was extremely experienced. He had stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had entered the Tao through slaughter and had even evolved to the Empyrean level. He had dispatched a large number of his disciples and descendants, but he had never expected that he would discover traces of Chu Feng as soon as he accepted the mission. In fact, it was unknown how many veteran hunters like him had been mobilized. A huge dark storm was brewing. With a swoosh, the old pangolin disappeared immediately. This kind of creature could pierce through mountains and the earth. At this stage of cultivation, it could even penetrate the void. It was impossible to guard against it. It was one of the most difficult Empyrean-level assassins to deal with. Now, it had disappeared before Chu Feng's eyes. It had disappeared. Boom! Amidst the surging black mist, a large black claw suddenly appeared above Chu Feng's head and was almost touching his scalp. The stench of blood assailed his nostrils. This was a thick, evil aura accumulated from killing tens of thousands of living beings. Without a sound, Chu Feng moved sideways, easily avoiding it. At the same time, the old pangolin disappeared, hiding in the void. He believed that, as an Empyrean assassin, he should be able to kill Chu Feng. However, he immediately regretted it. The moment he saw Chu Feng open his eyes, his entire body exuded a cold chill. This was his nemesis. The other party had actually cultivated the fiery eyes and could see through all fabrications. Chu Feng held the little hammer in 2 fingers and smashed it toward a certain part of the void. The old pangolin couldn't hide from him. He could see through it with a single glance. Bang! The little hammer contained tremendous strength. Moreover, it was accompanied by tens of thousands of divine chains of order. It was as if world-destroying thunder was descending. That part of the void exploded. Even though the old pangolin's movements were as fast as lightning, he still couldn't completely avoid it. He was inferior to Chu Feng, and a large chunk of his body broke off. His entire body was covered in blood. An Empyrean assassin from the darkness underground wants to kill me. Chu Feng kicked out. Great Tao fluctuations surged. The space in front of him collapsed and exploded. The old pangolin cried out, "This grandpa's goods." He felt great regret. He shouldn't have accepted this mission and was even more angry. That divine-level descendant of his had attracted a killing star so quickly. He hadn't even finished his preparations yet. He avoided this kick, but his body seemed to have sunk into a swamp. It was difficult for him to struggle free as he was imprisoned in midair. This was because Chu Feng's human king domain had opened. Rumble. That little hammer flew over once more, smashing into the old pangolin's body and immediately causing him to explode. An Empyrean assassin was exterminated in the blink of an eye. A rain of blood filled the skies. You're just an early Empyrean. You walk in the darkness and are an experienced assassin, yet you dare to kill me? You're far from it. Chu Feng sneered. He himself had walked out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, so he wasn't afraid of being hunted. However, he also became serious. The martial madman was one of the most terrifying sources of darkness. After his disciple had issued a bounty, an Empyrean assassin had immediately taken action. One could see how terrifying his influence was. That divine-level pangolin was terrified and cried out. His old ancestor had actually died. Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at it. 2 beams of light shot out from his fiery eyes and instantly pierced through its skull, killing it instantly. It was covered in blood as it collapsed into the swamp. This place isn't bad. It's very quiet. I can continue to evolve and plant my hammer. Not long after, Chu Feng placed the hammer into the stone jar. He also placed a large pile of Empyrean grade soil that was shining with divine light into the sky. It was too dazzling, and the spiritual energy was so dense that it formed ripples. It constantly expanded, making the entire swamp seem holy. This time, it wasn't a tree or a vine. The hammer-shaped seed actually grew a stalk of grass. However, it wasn't very short, and it was even taller than Chu Feng. The leaves were shaped like orchids, flowing with light, but they were silvery white in color and translucent. Very quickly, it began to bloom. The petals were bright red and glaring. It was like hundreds of red suns had leapt out of a calm sea, dyeing the world red. Brilliant rays of light shone in all directions. The vast ocean and even the universe seemed to be drowned in the red glow. At the same time, Chu Feng let out a strange cry. The sky is filled with heavenly fairies. The moment the flower bud bloomed, he saw beautiful heavenly fairies appear in midair one after another. Then they fell down like dumplings. He was simply intoxicated. Chu Feng was completely speechless. The old nagging had actually made his vision come true. Today, he actually grew heavenly fairies. So goo. Chapter 1435. Unexpectedly, there really was a heavenly fairy, graceful and beautiful, otherworldly, untainted by the world of mortals. With a holy light, their white clothes fluttered as they flew through the air. Chu Feng was flabbergasted. He was truly stunned. However, he reacted quickly and immediately said, "Come on, come at me. If I dodge, then I really have kidney deficiency." Only he could say such shameless words. His face was not red, and his heart was not beating fast. Moreover, with a very passionate look, he enthusiastically reached out to receive them. Not just one, but a group of white-clothed beauties descended from the void, accompanied by a fragrant scent. Some of the female immortals had black hair like a waterfall, skin like cream, and beautiful eyes with spiritual brilliance. They were really stunning. Some of the fairies were still slightly immature, no more than 16 years old, with a little baby fat. It could be said that their faces were full of collagen, and their big eyes flickered with cunning. Although some of the fairies were elegant, their big eyes showed another kind of temperament. They were actually amorous, as if they had fallen into the world of mortals. There was also a female immortal with golden hair, but she had an oriental face. Even her whole body was exuding the golden brilliance of the morning glow, as if shrouded in layers of divine halos, incomparably sacred. A group of female immortals, each with different postures, could all be called peerless beauties. Now that they were gathered in the same era, national beauty was not enough to describe them. They could make a king abandon his country and be intoxicated by them. Who's afraid of who? I, Chu Feng, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Come at me. Chu Feng patted his chest. It could be said that his momentum was magnificent, and his momentum was quite strong. He had already gone to face the void. If this kind of words were heard by the old scholar from the outside world, he would definitely scold him, condemn him by word and pen, and then throw him into a bottomless abyss. Light laughter came, bewitching people's hearts, especially when this kind of laughter was linked together. When a group of fairies' clothes fluttered and fell together, the scene was even more beautiful and suffocating. Silk-like hair, beautiful and flawless faces, starry eyes, swan-like necks, sparkling and translucent arms, slender and exquisite figures. This was the living immortal chart. Chu Feng soared into the air and stood in the middle of the immortal register. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, and the immortal-like light rain filled the sky, making people suspect that they were in a dream. It had to be said that these heavenly fairies were quite daring. They actually took the initiative to fly towards Chu Feng, all of them throwing themselves at him. Come, come, I, Chu Wudi, have never been afraid of anyone, he shouted. All of a sudden, Chu Feng let out a long sigh, and his face fell. He floated in the air, feeling frustrated and dissatisfied. The so-called white-clothed female immortal was like an illusory flower, passing through his arm like the brilliant morning glow sprinkling on his body. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. He naturally had a premonition that there was no way he could plant a group of flesh and blood heavenly fairies. That was extremely unrealistic. After all, it was just a seed. Of course, if a single heavenly fairy was planted, then there might still be a chance. But no matter how one looked at it, it seemed too excessive, too unrealistic. However, this time, the sky was full of white-clothed fairies. It was as if they were riding the waves, and even his super fiery eyes couldn't distinguish them clearly. It was indeed astonishing. All the fairies were surrounded by the light of order, and they were all transformed from sparkling pollen particles. They entered Chu Feng's flesh and blood body, turning into special energy that was injected into all his cells. Boom! On the orchid-like silver plant, after the flower bud bloomed, it didn't wither quickly. Instead, a fruit grew from the brilliant red petals. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, and the fragrance was too tempting. At the same time, the fruit had fragments of rules that were faintly discernible, which was quite astonishing. Chu Feng was deeply amazed. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, once it bloomed, the whole plant would quickly wither, leaving only a seed. But now it actually grew a fresh red fruit. Chu Feng absorbed the pollen, and his own body was once again fine-tuned. Meanwhile, the soul light conceived by the Yang Realm Dao fruit was growing. While crossing the city, he was observing that fruit all along. It wasn't very big, with a diameter of 12 centimeters. It was perfectly round like a red pill, sparkling and translucent, and it emitted light beams. Order and rules appeared in the fruit, and it was very extraordinary. However, as time went by, he had already absorbed most of the pollen, but that fruit didn't change much. In fact, it was a little dim. "Oh no, what's going on?" Chu Feng reacted quickly. He glanced at the inside of the stone jar and immediately realized why. There wasn't enough celestial, venerable earth. This time, it actually bloomed and bore fruit, and the amount of celestial, venerable earth required was huge, far exceeding his expectations. Fortunately, he had obtained a large amount of celestial, venerable earth from looting the extreme martial dojo this time. After all, he was a celestial venerable of the martial madman's lineage, and his net worth was excessively high. Chu Feng quickly added brilliant soil into the jar. He even added a small portion of the mutant soil used to nurture the almighty crimson lotus. All of this was because he was worried that an accident would occur this time. Fortunately, with the addition of rare and precious soil, this silver orchid-like plant stabilized and once again blossomed with lightning-like light beams. And that scarlet fruit was even more sparkling and translucent than red coral, and even more resplendent than a blood diamond illuminated by sunlight. Scarlet multicolored light shot out one after another, and it was extremely sacred. In the end, the fruit automatically fell off and smashed toward the ground. And at the same time, the silver orchid-like plant withered and turned into fine powder in a split second. It collapsed on its own and fell down in a swirl. My group of celestial fairies really makes my heart ache. Chu Feng stretched out his hand, and all the celestial fairies naturally disappeared. They turned into light particles and were absorbed cleanly by him. While speaking, he moved very quickly. He didn't wait for the fruit to fall to the ground before he grabbed it. The rich fragrance made his soul light float up, and it was actually about to leave his body. Without any hesitation, he took a gulp, and his mouth was immediately filled with the glowing scarlet juice. It was too delicious, sweet, and not greasy. This was a fruit that was more astonishing than any kind of great medicine. The flesh of the fruit melted as soon as it entered his mouth and turned into a resplendent liquid. It then turned into scarlet multicolored light and entered the cells of his entire body. It also nourished his soul light. "The Hung King Dao fruit is done," Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise. After a few bites, he ate more than half of the fruit. His entire body was comfortably warm, and his soul light was transforming. He charged all the way into the Divine King realm, broke through to the Great Divine King realm, and finally reached the Hung King realm. This made people apprehensive. It was just a fruit, yet its medicinal effects were so universally shocking. The medicinal effects were enough to stun the old antiques of every sect. It could be confirmed that if it wasn't for Chu Feng's little netherworld Dao fruit achieving the Hung King body long ago and becoming a reference, then he might have directly advanced into the celestial venerable realm because of this fruit. Of course, that wasn't what he hoped for. Instead, he wanted to reach the Hung King realm and attain perfection and be flawless. Only then would he be powerful enough to advance into the celestial venerable realm. How could ordinary celestial venerables enter his eyes? He could kill celestial venerables now. Tai Wu and the hunter Old Pangolin that walked in the darkness were both killed by him when he was at the Hung King Dao fruit level. And now he already had 2 Hung King Dao fruits. After a few mouthfuls, the remaining bright red fruit that was like the sun was eaten clean by Chu Feng. Divine light was released from his body, and red light filled the sky. It was extremely dazzling. For a moment, his Yang Realm Dao fruit evolved to its current limit, the peak of the Hung King realm. He was completely on equal footing with the little netherworld Tao fruit. His body was ethereal and free of dust and dirt, reaching a realm that couldn't be reached anymore. He had reached the end of the king path. If he went any further, he would be a celestial venerable. Who in the world could be a match for him in this realm? Chu Feng really wanted to find such a person to test his own Tao fruit. However, he knew that it would probably be very difficult. It would be difficult to find a few in the Hung King realm, even if they searched the entire ancient times. Now, he could only find a creature that could be a match for him among the old fellows. If he made a move against someone of his so-called same generation, it would really be considered bullying. However, no one could say for sure how vast the heavens were, and no one knew how many great realms existed. There would always be accidents, and there would always be all kinds of variables appearing. Especially in this great era, the foundation of the entire Yang realm might be shaken. All kinds of unworldly inheritances and existences from prehistoric myths might appear again. In reality, the creatures that transcended beyond the great world and transcended ancient history might all return. Even thinking and not thinking couldn't stop the footsteps of these creatures. In addition, there were other branches of evolution that were merging, and the nodes were about to return. At this moment, there were such creatures moving. For example, the creatures that once belonged to the Yang realm and later fought fiercely with the celestial race, cut off the path to the Yang realm and walked to the forefront. Now, there was a batch of creatures that were on their way back. And at the same time, outside the Yang realm, an ancient palace floated in the chaotic sea. There were actually creatures awakening in this ancient palace that had been sealed and silent for countless years. In the Yang realm, a certain stone statue was transforming into a body of flesh and blood, and it said the Yang realm should be unified. The heavens had changed, and no one could stop the torrent of the great era. Everything was changing. At this moment, Chu Feng had a strange expression on his face. After advancing to the dual permanence king realm, his body was flawless, and he had truly evolved to an incomparably perfect state. There were no problems, and his combat strength was enough to look down on his peers in the heavens. However, when he stared at the seed, he couldn't calm down and felt that it was strange. After Chu Feng finished eating the bright red fruit that was gushing with scarlet light, he left behind a fruit core. It was 2 inches tall, and its entire body was bright red like fire, spreading out waves of real flames. The shape of this fruit core was too special. It was actually the body of a furnace, and it was in the shape of the revered 8 trigrams furnace. A stove was surging with unfathomable flames. This wasn't the strange part. The most miraculous thing was that the furnace lid could be opened and taken off. When it collided with the body of the furnace, the sound of metal and stone was clear. Was this still a fruit core, a seed? Chu Feng really looked as if he had eaten a dead child, and he had a strange and uncomfortable expression on his face. Could he still continue to plant this seed in the future? Why was it divided into 2 parts? The furnace lid was separated from the body of the furnace, and at the same time, it was nurturing a furnace of mysterious flames. This really had become an artifact. No matter who saw it, they wouldn't doubt that this was a very extraordinary weapon. It was extraordinary and mysterious, and they definitely wouldn't think that it was a seed. There had never been a fruit core left behind after it bloomed and bore fruit for the first time. How could this not make him speechless? Can I still plant it or not? Chu Feng was a little suspicious. Could it be that this was actually a supreme weapon that was turned into a seed by a great divine ability user, and it only revealed its true appearance today? However, he quickly shook his head again. Weapons and seeds couldn't be confused. He had looked through all kinds of ancient books in the Yang realm and found some clues. He suspected that there were precedents of living creatures turning into seeds, but there had never been a weapon that could do this. After all, it wasn't a living body. Should I continue planting it? Chu Feng looked at the fiery red furnace. It was truly out of the ordinary. Order rose and fell as it was nurtured in the furnace. One look, and he could tell that it was nurturing an unimaginably strange energy. However, when he saw the almighty grade soil, He hesitated for a moment. The quality of this soil wasn't very sufficient, and he was even more worried when he thought about how he almost had a problem when he was cultivating the fruit not long ago. This kind of seed was far more precious and rare than other divine plants. And in order to cultivate the crimson lotus, the Taiwu Academy had cultivated it for no less than 100 years, but they still couldn't fully mature this almighty grade plant. It could be seen that the almighty grade soil in the Taiwu Academy's hands wasn't very abundant. Up until now, Chu Feng already deeply understood what was the most precious in the Yang realm. There was no need to say more about the top-notch pollen, but the quality of the soil was equally important. So much so that some great sects possessed the remnant roots of the legendary Great Universe grade plants, but they just couldn't cultivate it. Why? Everything was because they lacked the corresponding soil, or the major powers plotting when they divided up their territories. Naturally, it was to find the strongest soil quality. They would filter out strands from famous mountains and great rivers, and after accumulating them over time, they would be able to gather a few portions of the strongest soil quality. There isn't enough almighty grade soil. I have to find some enemies and borrow some to make them pay the price. Chu Feng made a decision. At the same time, it was time for him to save Ziluan. He was very worried for her. You dare to imprison the people around me in a birdcage. Regardless of whether you're luring me into a trap or plotting something else, you'll have to pay the price. Chu Feng said coldly. A creature that could do such a thing was definitely not a good person. His intentions were worthy of death. Sogu. Chapter 1436. The cliff was endless, purple energy pervading the air, auspicious light curling about. There were even more ancient pines that were several thousand years old that took root in the cracks of the cliff, verdant and replete with moisture, the tree trunks bold and powerful like a horned dragon. A white-clothed youth was calm and otherworldly, standing on the cliff, great cultivation fluttering about. He gazed into the distance, as if he was an exiled immortal that was riding the wind. He looked to be in his teens, delicate and pretty beyond compare. This was especially the case with his eyes that were especially bright, his head of hair sparkling, his entire body as if it was shining. This was precisely Chu Feng. He became a dual permanence king, calmly experiencing his body's changes. When he didn't move, he was like an orchid that was born outside of this world, pure and aloof, clear and elegant. However, when he slightly clenched his fist, it was as if a true dragon was reviving. In that instant, it was as if a mortal lightning exploded, accompanied by terrifying white mist, making space distort and collapse. In his surroundings, divine chains of order appeared, densely packed, interweaving like blazing lightning. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, the mountains were rumbling, resonating with each other. The entire mountain range, the boundless desolate forest, seemed like it was going to explode as well, the earth quaking and mountains swaying. Chu Feng's blood energy surged, grand and majestic, covering the heavenly sun, covering the entire boundless mountain range, making all types of vicious birds and ferocious beasts tremble. Many of them were at the divine level, but they were all trembling in fear, suppressed until they were lying on the ground, shivering. This was precisely the dual permanence king Dao fruit. Only now did Chu Feng clench his fist slightly. His body didn't move, still standing on the cliff, making the entire great wilderness rumble. Leaves flew about chaotically in the mountain region, continuously falling. Beasts kowtowed in fear, birds crying out when they landed, as if they were bowing down to the Lord of all creatures. Right now, if Chu Feng truly released a fist, it was unknown what would happen. Right now, he had confidence in sweeping through all enemies. Even if he faced the old heavenly deities of various sects, as well as the world's famous figures, he still dared slaughter his way over. So what if he was surrounded and attacked? He didn't fear them at all. As for the so-called same generation, he could stand tall in the sky, overlooking them. A.O. Shirshing. Chu Feng stretched out his hands and looked at them again and again. Although he didn't punch out his fist mark in the end, he knew how strong he was. He wanted to completely erupt several times, controlling the two king-hung Dao fruits to collide with each other, trying to break through that legendary barrier that was extremely difficult to shake, and thus obtain the Dao fruit of a great being. However, at the last moment, Chu Feng put down his hands and did not do so. Becoming an Empyrean was difficult, and breaking into the great being realm was even more difficult. Both of them needed time to grind through. This was something that everyone in the world knew. But Chu Feng felt that if he wanted to enter the Empyrean domain, he could tear it apart now. There was no need for a long period of time to settle, to slowly endure the passage of time. He was confident that it wouldn't be too long before he became an extreme powerhouse amongst Empyreans. Becoming a supreme powerhouse in this domain was only a small goal for him. He didn't want to make use of the great collision between the Dao fruits of the lesser netherworld and the Yang realm to erupt, fuse, and push him into the domain of the Celestial Lord. He wanted to save the opportunity for the most difficult moment in the future. Perhaps when he became an almighty being, or even stronger, when he couldn't climb any higher, he would then use this method to execute it. But now, if he wanted to become Empyrean, he had another way out, and that was to find a feasible golden light path. Since he had the rare soil for cultivating the crimson lotus in his hands, he could now find other enemies and rob them. He would be able to gather enough of the same amount of mutant soil, and thus plant the mystical seed in his hands. He didn't feel guilty or burdened by finding enemies to collect soil. Instead, he felt a strong sense of joy and gain. This was the feasible golden light path that could allow him to break into the domain of the Empyrean in a short period of time. My enemies, you all owe me a debt. Do you know that? I, Chu Bubi, am coming. All of you pay me the rent. Chu Feng said to himself. Whether it was a real enemy or someone destined to be an enemy, or those creatures of the dark world that wanted to hunt him for the bounty, he would attack them all. Whatever demons and ghosts, whatever almighty being, and the strange gray, and the forbidden land of black blood, all of you should die and explode. Chu Feng leaped up, and the nearby void collapsed. He came to the sky above the endless forest and looked down at the vast land. If one day I have 2 great universe-level Dao fruits, I wonder how strong I will be. Will I be able to slap the martial madman to death? Chu Feng said to himself. He had always had a wish to beat the martial madman, that ruthless monster, with his own hands. Then, as if reflecting, he said, I have to keep a low profile. I can't be too conceited now. First, I should set a small goal for myself, and that is to beat everyone in the world. Then I'll consider beating everyone in the sky. However, if someone were here, they would definitely be speechless. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look low-key and introspective. He was a little too full of himself and needed to be beaten to a pulp. How many levels are there in the heavens? How many secrets are there? Above the martial madman, are there still the ancestral madman and the Tao madman? After all, he was also taught by someone. Are there still living fossil-like creatures that don't come into being? Apart from that, he also considered the great Een realm and other branches of evolution. Recently, he always felt that the world was shaking as if an indescribable supreme terror was about to descend. Apart from that, the gray fog, the indescribable strangeness, the back of reincarnation, the end of the soul river, and so on. Once studied in depth, there were terrifying, demonic things that could shake the foundation of time and space throughout the ages. Apart from that, when he thought of the inherent dangers of reaching the great universe level, he also felt a chill run down his back. Whoever wanted to touch this realm would trigger an ominous event and turn into an indescribable monster. This was especially true when he thought about how he himself might reach this realm very soon. Moreover, if he had 2 great universe-level Tao fruits, it was simply unimaginable what would happen. That scene would probably be terrifying to death. I'll definitely endure it. What indescribable? I'll blow them all up. When the time comes, any so-called strange things that dare to cause trouble for me won't be able to do anything to me. On the contrary, I'm the biggest ominous thing for all of you, Chu Feng said to himself. He gave himself confidence and firmed his convictions. He traversed high up in the sky and stepped out of the mountains and rivers in a single step. He gazed at the vast and boundless land of the Yang realm and was momentarily filled with lofty sentiments. From now on, he no longer had any misgivings as he transformed to his heart's content. He was about to sweep through the various overlords and heroes. In the end, he disappeared on a peak that pierced the sky. He used the domain to begin traversing toward his destination. It was a modern metropolis with towering skyscrapers and dazzling neon lights. Flying saucers streaked across the sky from time to time like shooting stars, breaking the tranquility of the night. Many flying machines shuttled back and forth in the sky from time to time, making the metropolis increasingly filled with the colors of science fiction. Chu Feng sighed emotionally. There is a terrifying, demonic civilization in the Yang realm and a super-technological civilization. Different provinces had different directions of development. He had just completed his transformation and arrived at such a modern metropolis. It gave him a feeling that time and space were in disorder. Very soon, he disappeared in a flash and entered the city. Not long after, he went online and logged into a special website to contact the Dark Power, the Emperor's support organization. This was an enormous power left behind by Old Gu back in the day. Back then, his elder brother was Li Su, unrivaled throughout the Yang realm. Old Gu naturally rose along with him and gained an illustrious reputation. But later on, Li Su died a sudden and dubious death. Those related to him naturally didn't meet a good end, as they were targeted by others. Old Gu had left behind a contingency plan. He had developed and supported a dozen or so super organizations before faking his death. After the passage of countless years, it was suspected that only one or two of them were left. The Emperor's support organization was one of them and was exceptionally powerful. Earlier on, Chu Feng and Old Gu had used it once to summon over 100 divine kings to the arena controlled by the six-eared macaque clan. The commotion shook the four directions, but that was also a probe. Old Gu wanted to know whether the command tokens in his possession could still mobilize the Emperor Support Organization. The results were fairly satisfactory, but there were still some doubts. Old Gu was very cautious and worried that this organization had long since been controlled by a terrifying ultimate expert. Even if he returned, they might not necessarily pledge allegiance to him. Therefore, after that probe, Old Gu and Chu Feng decisively ran away and didn't contact him again. This time, Chu Feng activated the organization again and asked them to investigate the Phoenix King, an extremely popular public figure. It was this woman who had captured Zilwan. Chu Feng was indignant. This Phoenix King had dared to target Zilwan when there was no grudge between them. She had imprisoned Zilwan, a proud woman who had a close relationship with him, in a birdcage in an attempt to lure him into the trap. It was truly hateful. He thought about it and left some information for the Emperor's support organization to investigate. He quietly waited for the results. Investigate the Phoenix King. This was only one of the many pieces of information. He had mixed up many things to prevent the Emperor's support organization from thinking too much. There's nothing to be afraid of. Use them if you can. If not, then help Old Gu get rid of these traitors. Chu Feng said coldly. He still didn't know whether this organization was reliable or not. But even if they had betrayed him, they would surely do their best to investigate and provide information. That was because it was best to cast a long line to catch a big fish. As expected, it didn't take long. In just a day, Chu Feng had obtained a large amount of information. Speculations about Li Su's life and death, information about the orthodoxies in the Yang realm that had mastered ultimate breathing techniques, as well as the origins of the strongest techniques from ancient to modern times were all included. At the same time, there were also some speculations about the gray mist and the reincarnation path. In addition, the past of some people, such as the martial madman, also provided information, which made the image more three-dimensional. Among the various figures, There were famous celestial venerables of the present age and legendary divine kings of this era. The Phoenix King was also among them. The information was very detailed. If one were to look at it carefully, it would be a vast amount of words. However, Chu Feng had only extracted information about the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King believed that she was a divine king and could be ranked in the top 5 in the Yang realm. But the Emperor's support organization suspected that she was already a celestial venerable. This was somewhat terrifying and not simple. That was because the Phoenix King had only cultivated for a few decades. At most, it wouldn't exceed 100 years. To many evolvers, this was quite shocking. A celestial venerable who was less than 100 years old was simply overflowing with talent and could be called a proud son of heaven of the generation. Of course, people like Chu Feng could only be considered an exception. Moreover, he wasn't a true celestial venerable. This so-called Phoenix King had a great reputation in the Yang realm. She traveled in and out of various provinces and was a very popular celebrity. In fact, she had indeed been a celebrity in the past. She had entered the path through music and was well known in many technology-oriented areas in the Yang realm. She had acted in many dramas with the evolution of gods and demons as the background. She could be considered a natural performance. At the same time, the Emperor's support organization mentioned that behind the Phoenix King was the Soul Light Cave, a terrifying ancient inheritance that almost coexisted with heaven and earth. There was a large amount of information about the Soul Light Cave. Chu Feng frowned after skimming through it briefly. A soul light cave that had appeared in the uncivilized era of the Yang realm was too mysterious. Were they targeting him? In any case, Chu Feng wanted to make an example out of the Phoenix King. At the same time, the Emperor's support organization mentioned that the Phoenix King had recently secretly offered a high bounty to the Emperor's support organization to find Chu Feng and hunt him down with all their might. In addition, the Phoenix King had also sent a direct descendant to the Black Capital to invite a group of dark underground creatures to act together. Regardless of life or death, they wanted to find Chu Feng. Such urgency showed that the Phoenix King was really attentive. It seemed that she wanted to find Chu Feng before the bloodline of the martial madman. Sure enough, you're coming for me. Phoenix King, I'll cut off your chicken head. However, this woman had the Soul Light Cave behind her, which was a little tricky. No one could say for sure how terrifying the Soul Light Cave was. Its power had shaken the world long before Li Su's era. Over the long years, they had been very low-key. Nowadays, many people didn't even know their names. However, the real giants absolutely wouldn't dare to ignore this place. There's nothing to be afraid of. The resources for my path of being an almighty might fall on the path of chaos. Looking for the martial madman and the other dark sources in the great universe alien land? If this kind of words were to be heard by others, they would certainly feel rather speechless. In many people's eyes, it was practically like being struck by lightning. Who would dare to be so unbridled? The next day, Chu Feng arrived at Qingzhou and faced a golden river. There was an immortal residence in that area, and it was precisely the Phoenix King's cave residence. Chu Feng touched the earth with his hand and sensed it secretly. This was a domain technique, and moreover, it was a peerless technique in this domain. He could sense everything in front of him through the earth. There's an almighty. His expression changed. Moreover, it wasn't just one. There should be 3 of them together with the Phoenix King. Was this an inescapable net waiting for him to enter? At the same time, he saw the Phoenix King's new publicity poster when he was looking up information on the internet. It was still her residence with a metal birdcage as the background. It was even clearer than the last time, and it was a very charming woman with boundless charm. It was precisely the Phoenix King, and Ziluan, who was in the cage, had large, sparkling eyes. Only Chu Feng knew that it wasn't her eyes that were bright, but rather that Ziluan was holding back her tears. Others might not know, but he understood that this was what the Phoenix King wanted him to see. You're courting death. Chu Feng was secretly furious. He then began to look up various information on the dark web and found a large amount of information about the Dark Capital. On the surface, this was a city set up by the dark underground powers. They accepted all kinds of assassinations, hunting, searching, and other services. As long as one was paid with rare materials, they would accept any job. Through the Emperor Support Organization, Chu Feng knew that the Phoenix King's men were there. He contacted more than one dark hunting organization and invited experts from all over the world. At the same time, a powerful expert among the martial madman's disciples was also offering a bounty to avenge Tai Wu. Additionally, the martial madman was one of the major sources of darkness in the underground. The people belonging to this faction were being mobilized frantically, and the Dark Capital had a large amount of business in this area. Chu Feng formed a fist seal and gazed coldly at the Phoenix King's residence. It seems I'll have to make some noise to lure you guys out of this place. I'll start by killing your people and the martial madman's men. In fact, what he wanted to do was many times more serious than what he had said. He wanted to go to the Dark Capital and massacre all the dark organizations that accepted his business. He wanted everyone to understand that no matter who it was, they would have to pay the price of blood if they wanted to kill him. Of course, the lineage of the martial madman and the Phoenix King would be the first to bear the brunt of it. Some of them were there. Then, he hoped that the three powerful experts around the Phoenix King would immediately go after him after receiving the news, giving him a chance to kill the Phoenix King. Kill. On the same day, Chu Feng left the Sun River and headed for the Dark State, which was the state where the Dark Capital was located. It was an ancient city with half-collapsed walls that no one had repaired. One of the city gates had also completely decayed. Half of the ancient city had been turned into a wasteland. This was the Dark Capital, the window city that the dark forces opened to the outside world. It was also one of the most active cities for dark hunters. Chu Feng had arrived. He stopped in the distance for a long time and touched the ground with his hand. He sensed carefully and said softly, "It's only a window city of darkness. It's not the center, so it's not as scary as I thought." He discovered that there were only two powerful experts overseeing this place, and they were both in the deepest part of the underground. After studying it carefully, he felt that he had enough time to massacre the city. The Phoenix King's cousin is here, and the Extreme Martial Senior Sister is also overseeing this place. There are also other descendants of the Martial Madman's faction. As for the Dark Lord, Heavenly Lord who wants to kill me, there's no need to talk about it. Today, I'll give you a good beating and slaughter all of them," Chu Feng said coldly. After obtaining the dual Eternal King Dao fruit, he was extremely confident and wanted to slaughter the large number of experts in the Dark Capital who wanted to target him. Chapter 1437. Chu Feng didn't dare to be careless. He observed for a long time and confirmed that there were only two powerhouses in the depths. They were quite far from the surface, so he had plenty of time to act. After some research, he had a plan. This black capital is indeed half ruined and has become a wasteland. The reason it's so famous is because of the gathering of dark forces. This place wasn't the true lair of the underground organizations. It could only be considered the external window of the major dark organizations, responsible for making contact and discussing business. There couldn't possibly be existences overseeing this place because it was too wasteful. Additionally, who would dare cause trouble for these dark organizations? They were always the ones killing and hunting, making all parties apprehensive. But Chu Feng didn't care. They were going to kill him and collect a high bounty to take his head. What else could he not do? He began to make arrangements. Since the half-ruined city lacked domains, he didn't mind helping these dark organizations construct one. Chu Feng quietly made arrangements around the entire city. Fortunately, the scale of the city couldn't be considered too grand. After being reduced to ruins, the area was limited. But he felt a bit of heartache because he had spent quite a lot of divine magnets. Fortunately, he had destroyed the Imperial Martial Organization's lair and obtained a lot of benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such a big move in the past. Just because the Martial Madman's faction has a stronghold here and the organization they control has a large number of people here, I don't mind making a big move this time. No one knew that Chu Feng had already begun to make arrangements around the city. He had buried a large number of divine magnets, and was constructing a large-scale transportation domain. If it wasn't for capturing people alive and avoiding killing the innocent, I would have already killed you all. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light. Of course, he was still somewhat apprehensive. He was mainly afraid that the two powerhouses underground would have some tricks up their sleeves and use them to keep him in check. Hence, to be safe, he had to make arrangements carefully. This time, he was going to steal the entire city. Grandpa Chu, I'm going to move the city. The city was indeed quite lively these days. It had accepted a large amount of business, and many major powers from the Yang realm had come knocking on their doors to find a certain person. In fact, the key to all these businesses was Chu Feng. This Chu Feng from the lesser netherworld is really interesting. He's practically the god of fortune. He's here to deliver us money, huh? In the ruins of the city, there were a few intact palaces that were still standing. Loud laughter came from them. As long as they could find Chu Feng and spread the news, they would be able to claim the astronomical bounty. Moreover, they would be able to claim the bounty repeatedly because many major powers had contacted them. Interesting. This Chu Feng is truly the meat of a heavenly immortal. Anyone would want to have a bite. Woo, if we hand him over like this, it will be a bit of a loss for us, someone said. There were broken walls and dilapidated walls on the ruins, but the towering palace that hadn't collapsed was indeed imposing and majestic. It had an ancient aura that made one's heart palpitate and oppressive. This was a group of darkness hunters. There was no lack of Empyreans among them. They were all extremely strong. These dark powers often had dealings with each other. Today, they had gathered together to discuss Chu Feng's matters because they had all received related business. My Western Paradise's bloodline is willing to buy out this business. If everyone captures Chu Feng, you can hand him over to us. The price is guaranteed to satisfy everyone. This was an old woman draped in a black shroud. Her entire body was indistinct and filled with dense yin qi. She couldn't be seen clearly, making people endlessly revere her. The Western Paradise organization was very ancient and extremely powerful. They were most famous for grasping the 10th ranked of the 10 most powerful, wonderful techniques from ancient times until now, Hell's Return. If Chu Feng was here, he would definitely be very shocked. This was because he had come into contact with this organization at the Heavenly Waterfall. They sold Grandma Meng's soup and even controlled the time furnace. That furnace was too evil. Whoever obtained it would be inauspicious, and their final fate would be miserable. Even a Western Paradise organization couldn't bear it and had to dispose of it. In fact, back then, Li Do had obtained this furnace, and it was believed that his sudden death was also related to this furnace. At that time, Chu Feng had heard, heaven is difficult to bury. Buried in the floating earth of the four extremes, Yin and Yang are the two firewood trees. This also originated from the time furnace, which made his blood run cold. However, very few people in the world knew that the Western Paradise organization also accepted the dark hunting business. When they walked in the underground world, they didn't publicize their roots. Only their peers more or less guessed their origin. Woo! Although the Western Paradise organization is strong, it's still difficult for them to monopolize the ultimate artifact, right? Hee hee. Someone said this with a faint laugh. Obviously, these dark organizations were too well informed. They all knew that the extreme martial sect had once personally visited the small netherworld. What was their goal? It was a supreme treasure. Now that Chu Feng from the small netherworld had come to take revenge. It was hard to say whether or not he possessed that unparalleled treasure. However, they also understood that it was possible that the ultimate artifact had fallen into the small netherworld's great abyss, and no one would be able to seize it. However, everyone also believed that Chu Feng had good fortune and had good things on him. At this age, he was able to kill a heavenly venerable, so he absolutely had his own secrets. What? The Black Qilin organization thinks that he has an ultimate artifact on him and wants to meddle, someone from the Western Paradise organization asked. Even if he can kill a heavenly venerable and become King Hung, when faced with an almighty, there's only one word for him: death. For an organization like ours, who can't casually mobilize 2 or 3 almighty. Therefore, he's just a fish belly, and pinching him to death is still very easy. If by any chance he has a supreme treasure on him, who would let go? Hee hee. The people from the Black Chelan organization laughed. They regarded Chu Feng as a fish belly, and they really didn't take him seriously. After all, their organization was stronger than the Western Paradise organization, and the first-generation leader of the organization, the Black Chelan, was still alive. Everyone had the same idea. After finding Chu Feng, they would swallow the supreme treasure and then throw him to their employers. It could be said to be a one-stop profit. Chu Feng belongs to our faction, and no one can take him away. At this time, someone opened his mouth. It was a female, heavenly venerable. Many people slightly narrowed their eyes, and their complexions slightly changed. This was because this was a martial madman's faction's heavenly venerable, and she was responsible for external business. For people like them, everyone knew that the martial madman was one of the sources of the underground darkness. If their faction was determined to get him, others really couldn't fight to the death. Even if Chu Feng really had an ultimate treasure on him, it wouldn't be good to make a move. Of course, not all the dark forces were afraid of the martial madman. Some people sneered and didn't care much. Our organization really wants to cooperate with the martial emperor's faction. Someone indifferently said, pinch that Chu Feng to death and avenge Brother Tai Wu. It's our duty. Many people curled their lips. What duty? What revenge? Wasn't it because they were strong enough and had the confidence to compete with the martial madman's faction? The underground dark forces had more than one source. The martial madman was one of them, and the master of the leader who had just spoken was also another source. Nan Ta. This was a taboo name that hadn't been mentioned for many years. It could even be said that this person had never appeared since the prehistoric era, where Li lived gradually became silent. However, everyone knew that this terrifying existence was definitely still alive. Nan Tua should be a living being at the same level as the martial madman. There's no need. We are enough to pinch that bug to death ourselves, said the female heavenly venerable from the martial madman's faction. In terms of their relationship, she was of the same generation as the great martial heavenly venerable. The people from Nan Tuo's faction smiled and said, haha, there's no hurry. What if you can't find him? We'll be more than happy to lend a hand. This is our duty as fellow dark forces. The female heavenly venerable from the martial madman's faction had a cold expression after hearing this. Not only were they competitors, but they were also enemies. Why would he need their help? It should be known that the great martial heavenly venerable had a great enemy when he was alive, and he fought with him for most of his life. It was from this Nan Tua organization. If their relationship was harmonious, the disciples of the two groups wouldn't fight and confront each other. There's no need to argue. Whoever finds him gets to keep it, said another heavenly venerable from the Dark Realm. He belonged to another super assassin organization. Evidently, this organization was also very strong. The name of the organization was Tai Hung, the same name as the leader. It was rumored that this organization was related to the #1 newspaper in the world of the living, Tai periodical. The Tai Hung organization was rumored to be founded by the second son of the Tai ancestor. Don't argue. Many clients are still in the city and haven't left, said the heavenly venerable from the Western Paradise organization. This time, many people came to issue rewards and discuss cooperation. Many people hadn't left yet. Among them, there were many forces that Chu Feng was familiar with, but there were also sects that he didn't understand at all. All of them had sent their representatives over. The Phoenix King's cousin was just one of them. Even the Human King's family had sent a direct descendant to issue a reward. No matter what, we want to know Chu Feng's whereabouts. And if we really can't, we can also cut off his head. The Phoenix King's cousin was currently negotiating with some dark organization. Buzz! It was at this time that the whole black capital trembled in an instant. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads. What was happening? Then, everyone discovered that divine light rushed into the sky and mysterious magnetic chi filled the sky, covering the whole universe. This kind of strange phenomenon was too astonishing. In the next moment, space distorted and became completely indistinct. Everyone wanted to soar into the sky, but it was already too late. They were unexpectedly trapped in Black Capital and couldn't break free. In the depths of the underground, the two powerhouses were roused. Who was attacking Black Capital? This kind of energy was too intense, ferocious to the point of being a complete mess. It was to the extent that all of the spiritual energy in their seclusion area erupted. Their caves collapsed, spirit grasses withered, and the earth shook violently. It was simply as if doomsday had arrived. The two powerhouses awakened and directly soared into the sky. And then, there was no then. The two powerhouses were stupefied. Where did everyone go? At this time, not to mention the enemy, even Black Capital was gone. It had completely disappeared. The broken walls, rubble, and rotten rafters were all gone. The two were dumbstruck. They were really stupefied and didn't feel good. Where did the ancient Black Capital that had been passed down through the ages go? Wasn't this a joke? The outer window of the dark world had disappeared without a trace. There wasn't even a strand of hair left. In that place, it was completely clean. Forget about the ruined city. There wasn't even a blade of grass, not even a mouse hole. It was too smooth. It had been completely emptied, and everything was gone. This was even more abnormal than scraping the ground. Even Black Capital had been stolen. Even though it was hard to believe, the two powerhouses still woke up with a start. Then, they felt incomparably ashamed. Where the hell was this? The Black Capital whose name had shaken through the ages. In the end, Black Capital was gone, stolen by someone. There was even less of a need to talk about the troops of the various families. Even though this was the outer window of darkness and not their lair, there were still quite a few divine kings and some heavenly venerable stationed here. This was a crazy slap to the face. A demonic thief actually King stole away a well-known dark city. This was simply illogical. Was that thief crazy, or was the entire world crazy? Chapter 1438. The two powerhouses stood rooted to the spot like two wooden stakes. They were truly dumbfounded. The city had been lost, and no one knew which bastard had taken Black Capital away. This was too violent and rude. How could the various dark organizations endure this? Chu Feng naturally didn't have the leisure to pay attention to them. He had long since disappeared with Black Capital, crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers and leaving this region. Of course, he was still in the Dar province and couldn't cross to other provinces in one go. As for the dozens of provinces away, there was no need to even think about it. This wasn't a matter of teleporting one or two people and laying down a large-scale domain to carry an entire city. This kind of consumption was too great. If he hadn't raided the Supreme Valiant Heavenly Venerable's lair, there was no need to even think about it. Chu Feng simply couldn't afford it. This was the first time he had brought a large number of buildings across the void, and had also displayed his terrifying attainments in the domain of domains. Nothing happened along the way. Black Capital landed steadily on a barren land. The Scarlet Land was vast and uninhabited. This was a barren land, no different from Black Capital's original environment. In the Dark Province, the soil quality was the same. Moreover, he hadn't been transported that many kilometers. This also led to the various divine lights disappearing after everything had stabilized. Many creatures in Black Capital didn't react in time and thought that it was just an earthquake. They remained in the same place. In truth, few people would think too much about it. Bringing a city across the universe was simply too ridiculous. What's going on? A young divine king asked with a doubtful expression. Black Capital was actually experiencing an earthquake? Many people were bewildered. Could it be that someone was attacking this place? It didn't seem like it. Perhaps it was caused by the cultivation of the underground powerhouses. 90% of the people didn't expect the entire city to be transported away. Who would steal an entire city so crazily? Only a few attentive people gazed at the lifeless land in the distance. They were quite suspicious. Even though it was also a boundless scarlet land, there were still some differences. A few people's hearts were churning. This was simply frightening. The city had been uprooted and left its original location. Who was it? This was too terrifying. Just how powerful was this person to dare target the underground dark powers? He actually possessed such power that even a heavenly venerable couldn't react in time and was imprisoned here. As for the young assassins and the disciples of the hunting organization, 99% of them didn't know what was going on and couldn't react at all. Senior who? Everything has been discussed. Those conditions are not an issue. Please find Chu Feng as soon as possible, said a silver-robed young man in a palace. This was inside the external business department of the Western Sky Organization. Among the representatives from the outside world and the mysterious figures who were in charge of the negotiations with the Dark Hunters, only a few of them knew the truth. Some of them were quite calm. From their point of view, the Black Capital was the face of the underground world, the window to the outside world. Who would dare to come here and cause trouble? Even if there was an earthquake just now, it was an internal problem. It was most likely caused by the surging of the blood essence of the mighty figure underground. This further proved that Black Capital was terrifying. An old man responded, "We attach great importance to the Soul Light Caves Commission. Oh, the Celestial Master of my Western Sky Organization is currently discussing this matter with the other underground powers in the main palace hall. Wait for the good news." "That's good. Farewell." The silver-robed young man got up with a satisfied smile and was about to leave. "Oh, after the honored guest returns, please tell the Phoenix King to deliver the soul-strengthening grass as soon as possible. We will soon be able to capture Chu Feng," said the quasi-celestial master of the Western Sky Organization. Even if there was an earthquake, business still had to be discussed. They were among the people who didn't realize that there was a change in this place. In another palace hall, many people were also gearing up for a fight. Their fighting spirits surged as they vowed to kill Chu Feng. These were the people of the underground world's martial imperial palace. They were all the younger generation disciples of the martial madman. "We must kill Chu Feng. He's just a ghost from the small underworld, nothing more. He unexpectedly dares to be so insolent. He came to our door to kill the martial uncle. What does he think our martial emperor's line is? He wants to step on us and rise. He's courting death." Some people were unconvinced. A quasi-celestial master berated, "Shut up. Do you want to kill him yourself? You're not qualified. We are only in charge of gathering information. There will be celestial masters who will take action and almighty seniors who will hunt him. If they were dealing with someone else, it would be enough for these disciples to make a trip. However, they had encountered a tyrannical youth, King Hung. He dared to come to their door alone and kill their celestial masters, who dared to look down on him. Although they were angry and on the opposing side, they knew that this youth was extraordinary from the bottom of their hearts. To have this kind of strength at his age was rarely seen since ancient times. And we are only a window to the outside world. We aren't senior members of the hunting team. Our main task is to gather information. We have to distinguish our priorities," said another quasi-celestial master. The people in charge of this place were currently discussing with the people in charge of other organizations in the main hall. There would be a big operation soon. They would join hands to sweep through the world and find that Chu Feng. But it really is a bit sullen. Our martial emperor's line has shaken the world for thousands of years, yet a celestial master was killed by a youth. This is too intolerable. A divine king spoke. Relatively speaking, he wasn't that old. It was the time when his energy was surging and his anger was at its peak. He said hatefully, "The martial emperor's line can't be humiliated. He must be killed." He revealed a ruthless expression. He didn't even think about what the martial emperor Heavenly Lord had done to Chu Feng. He only considered that the martial madman was one of the great sources of darkness, so no one should dare to provoke them. Don't worry, he isn't absolutely invincible at the same level. Our martial emperor hall has always been above the Yang realm. Who dares to look down on us? There are also people who can kill him even at the same age, said a quasi-celestial master. However, he really didn't have much confidence. But now, their momentum couldn't be weak. They had to establish confidence for the younger generation. How could they be suppressed by a ghost from the serene realm? As such, he strongly encouraged everyone. Another elder nodded and said, the bloodline of the martial emperor might have already come out. If that person really comes out, he will definitely be the best in the Yang realm. No one in the same generation can be his opponent. Someone outside the hall laughed loudly. Haha, is there such a person in the martial emperor's bloodline? The martial emperor's heir is about to come into being? Interesting, but I'm afraid you guys won't make it in time. Among the descendants of the first ancestor Nantaw, there is someone who has already reached the end of the path of the same realm and has already entered the world. Perhaps that person has already captured Chu Feng and made him a prisoner while you guys are talking. Nantaw and the martial madman weren't the same kind of people. They were opposing each other, and naturally, their disciples were also opposing each other with equal harshness. At this moment, the people from this organization were ridiculing them. Ah, how interesting. Each one is more daring than the other. They're all using me as a stepping stone. Chu Feng naturally came. After entering the Black Capital, his hearing was astonishing. Even though there were domains sealing off the various halls, he could still hear most of the conversations. At this moment, his expression was indifferent as he approached the central area step by step. The intact halls were all there, and they were standing in great numbers. His strength had naturally increased by a level after attaining the dual Eternal Monarch Dao fruit. With the addition of his domain techniques, no one noticed him approaching the ruins. When Chu Feng entered a hall, the people inside were astonished and suddenly looked at him. Who are you? Weren't you guys talking about me just now? Chu Feng was dressed in white and looked quite otherworldly. His eyes were clear and pure. At this time, everyone in the hall saw the newcomer clearly. How could they not recognize him? This person's portrait had already been on their desks for a long time, and he actually dared to take the initiative to visit. Chu Feng had actually come to the Black Capital. The people in the hall were dumbfounded. Was he crazy? He dared to walk into a trap. But after thinking about this person's power, some people's hearts sank. This was the Western Paradise's hall. The Phoenix King's cousin was dumbstruck. They were just entrusting someone. And now the main character had come? This was too much courage, wasn't it? He really didn't know what kind of feeling he had in his heart. There was fear, excitement, and also some apprehension. This person was too crazy. He dared to take the initiative to fight his way to their door? There was an almighty overseeing this place. The silver-robed God King didn't dare to say much, but he swept his eyes over the people of the Western Paradise Organization, secretly hinting that they should quickly call the Almighty to beat this madman to a pulp. Therefore, he was afraid and also excited. As long as he persisted for a little while, he would alarm the several super-veteran assassins underground. What hung king? What outstanding young talent disdainfully looking down on his peers? If they didn't let him grow up, they would just beat him to death. In fact, the Western Paradise Organization's Quasi-Empyrean and others were also stupefied. The main character had come. This was too evil. Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the boldness to actually dare to do this? They secretly sent out a signal at the first moment. Their feet stepped on a stone slab with complicated runes. That was a domain gate that could awaken the Almighty from underground. However, there was no movement. The Quasi-Empyrean was about to step on that stone slab, but there was no reaction at all. In a split second, everyone's cold sweat flowed out. The silver-robed man quickly said, "This has nothing to do with me. I'm not a person of the Dark Organization. I only came here to discuss a business deal and let them investigate an old case." He was uncertain in his heart. As the Phoenix King's cousin, he had just been plotting to kill Chu Feng. In the end, the killing star had directly appeared. If he knew his identity, the consequences would be extremely terrible. Bang! At this time, the others moved, but they didn't attack Chu Feng. Instead, with the Quasi-Empyrean taking the lead, they all smashed into the wall, wanting to leave this place. After all, there were several Dark Empyrean experts in the main palace. Perhaps they could block Chu Feng. In addition, if they dragged on for some time, the almighty underground would inevitably be able to sense it. However, everyone instantly let out a muffled groan. Blood overflowed from their mouths and noses. After they smashed into the wall, they didn't pass through. They were blocked by a layer of lustrous light, as if they had made contact with a pillar that supported the heavens. The bones in their bodies were about to collapse. Hung King's domain covered this place. Who could escape? Chu Feng coldly looked down at them. Not only that, but Hung King's domain also isolated this place, forming a small world of its own. The people outside couldn't sense it. Feng King's cousin? Huh. Chu Feng stared at the silver-robed man. The silver-robed, divine king's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was finished. His identity had been seen through. No matter how much he apologized, it would be useless. The other party must have known everything. Chu Feng, I'm from the Soul Light Cave. We can talk about cooperation, the silver-robed man quickly said. His expression was very solemn. Bang! Chu Feng took a step forward. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura skyrocketed. Meanwhile, the silver-robed divine king was directly sent flying and smashed into the light screen. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his bones made cracking sounds. It was unknown how many of them were broken. How was this possible? He was shocked. Even though he was Hung King, who was also in the domain of a king, his opponent hadn't even made a move. He could crush him with just his aura alone. This was too terrifying. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Chu Feng, don't kill me. The people of the Soul Light, Kay, want to talk to you. The silver-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was weak and limp, he still spoke with great difficulty. He didn't want to die. Do you want to talk to me? Or do you want to capture me alive? Chu Feng sneered. Finally, his expression turned cold as he said, You're not qualified to talk to me about these things. Let your cousin's master come. As he spoke, he naturally released his aura. The silver-robed man was practically on the verge of collapse. Both his soul light and his flesh were cracking, and he could explode at any time. The Soul Light Cave has a long history. Before Li Su's era, it had already intimidated the world of the living. However, if you want to scare me with this name, it's still not enough. Chu Feng said coldly. Considering that the other party was the Feng King's cousin, he didn't shatter him. Leaving him alive might be able to exchange for Zilwan. Your Western Paradise organization wants to hunt me? Chu Feng looked at the others. Wherever his gaze passed, golden runes filled the air. His super fiery eyes had an extremely powerful attack power. On the spot, several divine kings exploded and turned into pure energy. They were directly crushed and disappeared completely. Chapter 1439. Impossible. The two living quasi-celestial venerables roared in their hearts, thoroughly terrified. Even a truly powerful celestial venerable wouldn't be able to kill a divine king with a sweep of his gaze. Speak, where are the other strongholds of the Western Paradise organization? Chu Feng asked. He wouldn't underestimate this organization. Even the so-called 10th most powerful, wonderful technique in history was passed down by this organization. So how could it be weak? If the founder of this organization was the creator of the 10th wonderful technique and was still alive, then that would be even more astonishing. The two quasi-celestial venerables didn't say a word. Not to mention that they didn't know where the other strongholds were. Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to leak it. Otherwise, betraying the organization would be worse than death. Seeing that they didn't speak, Chu Feng waved his hand, and the two's soul light was drawn out. He wanted to directly look for the other strongholds of the Western Paradise organization. However, a roar came from the depths of the two's soul light, and then it exploded. Chu Feng's complexion changed. The snow-white splendor on his wrist flashed, and the diamond chakram flew out, confining that area. All the exploding energy was collected and blocked, unable to fiercely expand. If it had been someone else, they would have been injured by the explosion. Clearly, the Western Paradise organization had a powerhouse who had tampered with the bodies of these disciples. It was impossible to allow them to divulge any secrets. Apart from the person in charge who was discussing in the main hall, the entire hall of the Western Paradise organization was covered in dark red corpses. They were easily wiped clean by Chu Feng. The silver-robed man was scared witless. This vicious person was too frightening, but he was so young. He was only a youth, nothing more. When he wasn't moving, he was clear and otherworldly, like a banished immortal. But once he made a move, it was too frightening. In a flash, Chu Feng carried him out of the hall and entered the so-called Martial Imperial Hall side hall. Just now, he had heard these people threaten to kill him. Moreover, the descendant of the martial madman's bloodline would come into being. It was said that he could be the most powerful in the world of the living, and no one in the same generation could match him. He really didn't believe it. Even if you're the son of the martial madman who came late and was just born in this world, I'll still beat you, Chu Feng said to himself. While speaking, he entered the main hall. Chu Feng. As soon as he stepped into the palace hall, the people of the martial madman's faction all recognized him and were immediately shocked. They felt that it was even more inconceivable than the people of the Western Paradise organization. This madman, his guts were about to burst the heavens, and he actually dared to come here. For the past 2 days, everyone had been searching for information and traces of him, waiting for the hunting department to come and kill him. In the end, he had arrogantly come knocking on their door. Immediately, they contacted the almighty beings, but there was no response. Some people shouted and attacked, wanting to alarm the Empyrean-level person in charge, the team leader of this window. What a bunch of clowns. You want to kill me in secret? Chu Feng said coldly. The group of people were furious. Who dared to criticize the people of the martial emperor's lineage like this? Even if they had yet to reach the Empyrean realm, they could still be considered high-level evolvers. Chu Feng made his move. It was his first official attack. Just one punch. With a bang, it was as if 100,000 great mountains had collapsed. It was as if a volcano was erupting in the void, and everything collapsed. The entire palace hall exploded. Regardless of whether it was the Divine King or the Quasi-Empyrean, they all disappeared. They were completely annihilated, and only a bloody mist remained where they were. Everything else had disappeared. The silver-robed Divine King, who was being carried in Chu Feng's hand, simply didn't dare to believe his own eyes. For the first time, he felt that he was so insignificant. They were both divine kings, but the difference between them was like the clouds and mud, like the difference between heaven and earth. His soul light was trembling, and his corporeal body betrayed his consciousness. He was shivering with cold, and he had an impulse to kowtow. This was a kind of primitive instinct to submit. It was too frightening. He was the cousin of the Phoenix King, and he had seen all kinds of heroes. But now, he was intimidated, and his mind almost lost control. He wanted to prostrate himself in worship of this youth. At this moment, the people in the other palace halls were finally alarmed, especially the Empyreans in the main palace hall. They rushed out in the first instant, and powerful energy locked down this place. As for those side palaces, the disciples and followers of one organization after another also swarmed out like a swarm of bees. The Tai Hung organization, the Dark Qilin organization, the Blood Emperor organization. There were hundreds and thousands of people in these palace halls. They saw Chu Feng standing in the ruins and bloody mist, and they saw that towering and unmoving figure. He was somewhat like an otherworldly immortal, but when the bloody mist lingered, he was like a great demonic god. Chu Feng, how dare he? He actually killed his way here alone. A group of people cried out in alarm. They were all very shocked. You're tired of living. You actually dared to kill your way here alone. Some people flew into a violent rage. If news of this were spread, it would absolutely not be glorious for the underground world's dark organizations to speak of. A youth had killed his way to the Black Capital alone. This was too overbearing. So much nonsense. Chu Feng shot a glance over. It was a quasi-Empyrean of some organization. Then he blasted a fist over. That side palace hall, along with dozens and hundreds of people, all evaporated in the glaring fist light. They were all blown up. This kind of speed, this kind of power was so fast that none of the Empyreans could react in time. They couldn't stop it. Many people were horrified and retreated again and again. This was too demonic and tyrannical. In the blink of an eye, a youth had swept through a hall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of the dark Empyreans in the main hall took action. They were furious and frightened at the same time. They immediately joined forces to kill the enemy and sent out a signal, requesting for the powerhouses to attack and eliminate this madman. Before anyone could react, a great battle at the Empyrean level erupted. The Empyreans present turned into beams of light and drowned out Chu Feng. The most intense confrontation erupted in a split second. The others were so frightened that they immediately disappeared into the ruins and hid within the domains, afraid that they would be ground into a bloody paste. This kind of battle wasn't something they could participate in. He's really too arrogant. How many years has it been since someone dared to act so atrociously in the Black Capital? Does he want to slaughter all of us with his own strength? Does he think he's a martial emperor? Or does he think he's the rebirth of Li Su? A youth also delusions of covering the sky with one hand and sweeping through the Black Capital? Some people were furious and shouted angrily while hiding in the ruins. However, before their words finished falling, a glaring beam of light shot out from the sky, and a terrifying energy riot erupted. Boom! Boom! Amidst the intense exchange of blows and the bitter struggle, two masses of energy exploded. A rain of blood filled the sky and dyed the entire Black Capital red. The world's irregular phenomenon was astonishing. Heavens! Many people felt a chill from head to toe. They felt so cold that their entire bodies were trembling. What did they just see? The Empyreans have fallen. The battle had just begun. Before long, two Empyreans were blasted apart. The sky was filled with streams of energy and a rain of blood fell. Even the sky was dyed red. Shattered laws flickered and rumbled incessantly. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice house and were shivering all over. What they saw before their eyes was too unrealistic. This was even more terrifying than when they killed the great martial Empyrean. How could it be like this? He easily slaughtered Empyreans and quickly blasted apart too. For a moment, the Black Capital was silent. The terrifying atmosphere was suffocating. A youth had risen up. Just how far would he grow in the future? Was he going to suppress the entire black world alone? Chapter 1440. A youth's white clothes fluttered about, looking exceptionally otherworldly. However, the true situation was actually this tyrannical. The golden fist imprint was unmatched, blasting apart an Empyrean. Ghosts wept and gods howled. How could there be no irregular scenes after an Empyrean died? The entire world was pierced through by divine chains of order. Empyrean blood scattered out, heaven and earth swaying, mountains and rivers rumbling. Everything was just this terrifying, shaking the hearts of everyone. Divine rainbows were blinding, erupting in this area, quickly departing into the distance. Right at this moment, there were at least a dozen or so figures who reacted, fleeing into the distance. These were all quasi-Empyreans. They were originally outside the battlefield, but now they wanted to escape immediately. They weren't running for their own lives, but rather to seek help. Who would have thought that such a powerful Chu Feng would be like this? They had to inform the higher levels and ask for a great being to quickly attack and kill him. Many people already knew that the two great beings cultivating underground couldn't be counted on. They hadn't come out for such a long time, so there was definitely a problem. They could only rely on the outside world to summon other darkness experts. However, these dozen or so divine rainbows left quickly, but they stopped even faster. Honk, honk, honk. Dazzling radiance erupted. When the dozen or so figures rushed out, it was as if they smashed into an ancient divine mountain. Terrifying silver energy radiance erupted, as if a sea of stars exploded. There was an energy barrier there that hadn't appeared before, but it erupted as they rushed over, stopping everyone. Blood flowed out from the corners of the dozen or so Empyreans' mouths, some of their bones even broken. In that instant, they understood that the situation was terrible to the extreme. Black Capital was sealed off, this ruined city covered in super-domain ruins. Moving an entire city away from its original location, fleeing hundreds of thousands of li, good methods. At this time, an Empyrean on the battlefield spoke, his expression cold and ugly. This time, Chu Feng took the initiative to slaughter his way over. Yet he could do this. It was just too unexpected. Everyone realized that this battle was unavoidable. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They were all hunters who walked in the darkness, so who hadn't seen blood before. However, regardless of whether it was the young assassin or the veteran Empyrean, their hearts all sunk. Since the other party dared to seal off this place, it meant that he had absolute confidence. At this time, everyone's expressions went rigid, all of them having a bad premonition. This was especially the case for the people in charge of this place, feeling a type of humiliation. They were the leaders of Black Capital strongholds, all of them Empyreans, yet they were stopped here by youth. A single person wanted to kill all of them and destroy Black Capital? This was a great humiliation. Everyone, a junior who is even younger than our descendants, much younger than us, is acting domineering and insufferably arrogant, blocking this place alone. Is there anything more humiliating than this? A junior wants to exterminate us 6 Empyreans, arrogant to the extreme. Do you think I still need to hesitate? If he were to lose and die, not only would he not be pitied by others, but he would also be ridiculed and ridiculed. He would become the biggest laughingstock in the mortal realm. Now, he could only cut off all means of retreat and kill to his heart's content. Even if he died, he would burn with hot blood and fight to the end. No one should think about breaking out of the encirclement. Right now, we can only fight to the death and kill him. There's no way out. Do everything you can and kill your way out of this world. That's right. As Empyreans, our might shakes the mortal realm. We've always been hunting others, but today, someone is blocking our door on his own, wanting to hunt us down. This is too laughable and too humiliating. Only killing him is the right thing to do. Even if blood drenches Black Capital, even if our souls scatter, we still have to drag him down with us. Several veteran Empyreans spoke up one after another, their fighting spirits soaring. This was a firm conviction and consensus. No one could shrink back and fight to the death. Because Black Capital was sealed, there was only a path of decisive battle. Right now, their minds absolutely couldn't waver. Only by fighting to the death would there be a path of survival. Kill. In Black Capital, the people of the various large organizations, young hunters, extraordinary divine kings, and others all roared in unison. There were several hundred elite figures. If some servants were added, there would be close to 1,000 people. Chu Feng was very calm. He watched as they firmed their convictions and boosted their morale. He didn't express anything, appearing very cold. Kill. Ear-splitting roars rumbled in this Black Capital. The world was shaking. This was the result of the Empyreans accumulating power and everyone resonating. Laughable. Chu Feng spat. In the end, he still opened his mouth, saying, "You want to display a bit more impassioned? Why don't you think about your identities? You are all executioners who walk in the darkness, all of your hands stained with blood. Do you feel like you're the victims now? Do you want to unite against a common enemy and join forces to attack me?" Right now, Chu Feng had the appearance of a youth, but as he stood at the center of the battlefield, he was actually so high-spirited. He looked down on the hundreds and thousands of darkness hunters, standing at the center, extremely calm. Right now, he didn't fear any consequences, didn't have any misgivings. He wanted to attack to his heart's content, to test out the Tao fruit of King Shuangheng. Kill. Several hundred people roared, attacking together. Blood energy filled the skies, shocking killing, intense surging. Those on the outside all attacked. Boom. When faced with this type of attack, Chu Feng's entire body shone. energy immediately rushing into the heavens. Then he began to stir, energy spreading like a sea, engulfing the world. In an instant, many darkness hunters broke apart. Almost at the same time, several Empyreans disappeared. They were all veteran assassins, hiding their auras and killing in the dark. This was a cultivation that was rooted in their bones. Unfortunately, these people had encountered Chu Feng. Under the super eyes of fire and gold, there was nothing that could hide him. There was nowhere to hide. Everyone, use your trump card. Emperor and Heian transmitted to each other. Facing such a powerful youth, King Hung, who had only been seen once in many generations, no one dared to be careless. In the void, a sword appeared, killing intent billowing. From that endless sword light, a black lion emerged. Its evil aura surged into the heavens, like a peerless, vicious beast that had slaughtered its way out of a sea of blood. Its thick black fur was stained with blood. Roar! With a loud roar, space broke apart, and it pounced towards Chu Feng. A heaven-piercing sword chi bestowed by the darkness lion. Even other Empyreans, hunters of the underground world, were secretly shocked. This was because they clearly realized what this was. This was the attack of a peerless character from the Dark Shielan organization, a peak attack from the Darkness Lion. The Darkness Lion was one of the most famous Empyreans of this era. Because he had surpassed his peers, he had become a Grand Empyrean. Other Empyreans could not compare to him. At this time, even Chu Feng was moved. His pupils shrank. There were indeed peerless characters amongst Empyreans, people that these people could not compare to. Although it was only a sword chi, the Darkness Lion that rushed out was indeed monstrous. It had a giant head, a thick black mane, terrifying fangs, giant claws that could shatter the void, a lion's roar that could shatter mountains and rivers, and a sky full of bloodlight. All of this interweaved together, creating an incomparably terrifying scene. The most astonishing thing was that this dark lion had actually managed to block Chu Feng's fists. The collision produced a blinding light beam akin to the burning flames of the heavens. Chu Feng was a bit shocked, but in the eyes of others, they were even more shocked than he was. That was a peerless Grand Empyrean that almost dared to fight against the Supreme Being, but now it was blocked by a delicate and handsome youth. At this moment, the youth's blood pressure surged, and he was no longer quiet. He was like an immortal demon as he roared to stop the Darkness Lion. Moreover, around him, many young assassins turned into a bloody mist under this roar, dying in large numbers. All of this was too shocking. Wong, the void rumbled. The martial madman bloodlines, Empyrean's eyes were cold as he summoned scroll. Within it, 7 great figures were resurrected, bringing with them an unparalleled power to kill. This was a secret treasure which had sealed the power of the 7 Deaths avatar he had prepared in advance. Now he was using it as a killing blow and blasting it towards Chu Feng. At the same time, the Western Paradise Organization's Empyrean roared. Boundless black mist rose around him, as if hell had opened up. He was using his sect's most powerful technique, Hell's Return. This wonderful technique was known as the number 10 technique since ancient times and could sweep through the world. Boundless darkness power surged. Space split open, and a gate appeared that wanted to swallow Chu Feng inside. Meanwhile, on the other side, golden light was as vast as a sea. It was world-shaking, as if an immortal country had descended. This was the Blood Emperor Organization's Empyrean's trump card. It was originally a bloody organization of assassins, and one could tell from its name that it was definitely not auspicious or divine. However, what they saw now was a bit subversive. Upon closer inspection, this Empyrean brought out a pile of ruined bones that burned with golden flames. It suppressed towards Chu Feng, and it caused the surroundings to become resplendent. It was as if a golden immortal country was pressing down. The other assassins' expressions changed. These were the ruined bones of what seemed to be immortal Dao creatures. Even if they weren't immortal Dao creatures, they were still their blood descendants. At this moment, several Empyreans used their killing moves, not holding back in the slightest. Otherwise, they would die, killed by a youth. In the surroundings, the hundreds and thousands of assassins also moved. Explosive shouts and roars rang out, and killing intent overflowed into the heavens. Today, I will release my true self and see the quality of the twin eternal monarch Tao fruit. Chu Feng let out a low roar and completely released himself. In the blink of an eye, the color of blood spread out like a painting scroll and interweave from his body. Then, it turned into a silver splendor that covered the sky and earth. This was the blood energy of a human monarch who had undergone 3 transformations. He brandished his fist imprint and used the ultimate fist. White mist filled the air between his mouth and nose as the robbery induction breathing technique was operated to the extreme. In addition, dense runes covered the surface of his body. His laws and Tao marks all appeared to suppress the enemies. Boom! Then a 2-inch tall, bright red and translucent furnace appeared. He took it out, and instantly, the entire black capital was engulfed in flames. This was one of the 3 seeds. Not long ago, when he had transformed, the seed had also transformed. In the end, it actually turned into a fiery little furnace. Now, Chu Feng was also testing its cultivation. On this day, the black capital was like the end of the world. Divine flames surged into the sky and burned everything. Even many ancient palaces covered by domain runes were melted. Blood-curdling screams rose and fell. Those young assassins, those so-called elite hunters, were rapidly turning into flying ashes. Next, a group of divine kings screamed miserably and turned into human-shaped torches. They struggled fiercely, but it was useless. They were all walking towards destruction. At the same time, those quasi-celestial venerables were also roaring and attacking fiercely. Their pores were spewing out flames as they were ignited. These people screamed incessantly as they fell from the sky. Boom! At the same time, Chu Feng's fist imprint shook the sky. Every strike caused the void to tremble and explode. Even though the celestial venerables had used their trump cards, they couldn't hold on much longer. At this moment, from a distance, flames overflowed into the sky and battle intent surged. In the past, no one dared to offend the Black Capital, one of the windows of the dark world that all the sects of the Yang realm feared. Now it had been destroyed. Under the peerless fist light of a single person, it was suppressed to the point of exploding continuously. The so-called accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years, the accumulation of millions of years, the Tao marks, and the order imprints were all blasted apart by the fist imprint. The miserable screams of the celestial venerables rang out. Even if they had trump cards, it still wasn't enough. That darkness lion was strong, but in the end, it only used a single attack. Soon, it dimmed, obliterated in the void by Chu Feng's fist intent. The so-called 7 death bodies painting scroll was burned to ashes by the fiery furnace. Kill! The celestial venerables roared angrily, fighting to the death. However, all of this was useless. In the blazing radiance, a youth brandished his fists. He was like a deity that split open the heavens and earth, sweeping through everything in his way. Boom! 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 Fist after fist, even the sky dome was blasted through, shattered. Several celestial venerables bled, all of them blasted apart. They weren't his match at all. In the end, this place finally became quiet. Black Capital became ruins, the bloodstains left behind by the celestial venerables. As for the others, there was nothing left, eternal silence. In the field, there was only a single Chu Feng. He stood there alone, his white clothes fluttering about, dyed in a bit of blood. His hair fluttered about, his face tender and delicate, eyes clear. Chapter 1441. All right, let's return Black Capital to its original place. We have to be polite and return what we borrowed. It's not difficult to borrow. The great heavenly venerate Dark Lion's peerless attack, the eruption of the 7 death scrolls, and the world-shaking 10th technique were all blocked by Chu Feng and forcefully dispersed. Everything was over, and the world was silent. If they hadn't seen the ending of this place, who would have thought that such a youth could destroy all the troops in a powerful city in the dark world? Black Capital was truly crippled and had become a ruined land in name only. The Phoenix King's cousin, the white-robed Divine King, was also dead. Chu Feng didn't keep him alive. That was because, after careful consideration, if he took the initiative to exchange this person for Zilwan, it would be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. It would only make the other party prepare and wait for him. Chu Feng felt that it was better to pretend that he didn't know anything. That way, it would be easier to save people and not alert the enemy. As long as he caused a big commotion, he believed that the powerhouses hiding in the Phoenix King's cave residence wouldn't be able to sit still and would come out to kill him. "I've been waiting for you guys to appear," Chu Feng said in a low voice. Now, what he had to do was to expose the matter here and become a big news that would shock the entire world of the living. Chu Feng plundered the spoils of war and conquered such an important city in the underground world. No matter what, there should be some precious evolutionary resources. So poor. After exploring for a while, Chu Feng was quite dissatisfied. There were too few things that could catch his eye. He guessed that the bounty obtained by the assassins should be in the hands of the two powerhouses. Unfortunately, those two powerhouses were in seclusion deep underground and weren't suitable to provoke them at the moment. In order to quickly evolve and reach a higher level, I should take the initiative to attack and conquer a powerful mountain gate to collect enough almighty mutant soil. Chu Feng was prepared to attack again in order to save people and also for his own transformation and evolution. He floated in midair, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked ethereal and otherworldly as he looked down at the ruins below. He began to draw on the domain and make some shocking move. "You can return what you borrowed. It's not difficult to borrow again. I'll return it to you." Chu Feng stood in midair and suddenly tossed it out. At this moment, it was like a Buddha tossing a dragon and an elephant, or an immortal or devil splitting apart the heavens. His divine strength was unparalleled, and the entire black pagoda was tossed into the void. The divine magnet stone he had buried underground earlier had been utilized to its fullest potential. Now, it was exerting its last bit of energy. He rearranged the domain runes and sent Black back to its original location. Boom! The void exploded, and the entire ruins sank into the collapsed space. Even time seemed to be thrown into disorder, and even the darkness disappeared from this place. At the original site of Black Capital, the two powerhouses were standing in place. Their moods were terrible to the extreme. There was nothing more absurd and resentful than what they had experienced today. Right before their eyes, the Black Capital had actually vanished in a thin air, brazenly stolen away. This is too much. To them, this was too shameful and indignant. It was the greatest humiliation in their lives. Who exactly are you, actually daring to do this? Come out right now. A person shouted loudly. His head of hair flew about, rushing toward the sky. Come out. Another supreme being roared. Boom. As if it was really responding to them, Black Capital appeared along with their shouts. Under their dumbfounded gazes, it directly covered the sky and suddenly smashed down. Smoke and dust surged into the sky, and the runes flickered as Black Capital buried the two supreme beings below. At hashtag yin%, the two were beyond furious. The void around them exploded. As supreme beings, these rubble and broken walls naturally couldn't touch their bodies. However, this action seemed to be very targeted. That person actually responded to them. The two were seething with anger. Even their lungs were trembling, and their expressions were frighteningly gloomy. This was too hateful and despicable. This was the most serious provocation. Black Capital had been returned. This was a slap to their faces. The two's energy was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart the domain sealing Black Capital. Their auras filled the air, and the bloody mist of the celestial venerables exploded. Immediately, A baleful aura engulfed tens of thousands of kilometers. They were all dead. Not a single one of the 6 celestial venerables survived. Moreover, the elite divine king assassins of the younger generation were also completely annihilated. Not even their corpses remained. The 2 supreme beings roared, shattering the entire earth. There were even countless great fissures in the firmament. They were very sullen. Today's experience made their soul light tremble. They were truly mad with anger and wished they could immediately kill that provocateur. In particular, there was a line of runes condensed in the void in the ruins of Black Capital. Return what you borrowed, and it won't be difficult to borrow again. Kill. Even if Chu Feng was far away at the end of the earth, he could still feel the killing intent behind him. Those 2 powerful beings were probably going to go crazy. He turned around and left, continuing to rush to the next place. He felt that the matter hadn't been stirred up enough. He still needed to add more fuel to the fire, or even several fires. Without a doubt, there was no way to cover up the Black Capital incident. The celestial venerables died in battle, and the commotion was too great. When the blood, energy, and baleful aura spread out, the phenomenon shook, and the rumbling sound was like the rise and fall of a tsunami. That day, everyone in Dark Province sensed it. Many powerful beings came out to investigate. In particular, the 2 supreme beings roared angrily. Patterns appeared on the mountains, rivers, and earth. It alarmed many reclusive old antiques, and the storm was boundlessly huge. Holy *T. Do you guys know that an earth-shattering event has happened? One of the underground world's external strongholds, Black Capital, has been wiped out. Hiss. On this day, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard incessantly. All of them were emitted by powerhouses. Who dare to be so overbearing and ostentatious? They actually wiped out a city belonging to the underground world and washed Black Capital in blood. Earth-shattering news. There's a supreme being who restored the scene of the battle and used heaven-defying methods to recreate the scene of the battle. The one who took action was actually only one person, but he killed 6 great celestial venerables. It could be said that he covered the sky with one hand and looked down on all the underground world's major organizations. He was even more ruthless than them, as he slaughtered hundreds of Dark Hunters. Who did it? Which person did it? Everyone was completely stupefied. Everyone's attention was focused on them, and no one dared to believe it. Chu Feng, he did it. He wiped out Black Capital by himself. When this news broke out, every place was greatly shaken, and then it boiled over. All the major newspapers and major evolution journals rapidly followed suit. They immediately published their comments and wrote relevant articles. Is he crazy? He dares to make an attack like this? Does he want to make the entire underground world his enemy? I heard that the underground organizations have their eyes on him. They were originally going to hunt him down, but this time, Chu Feng took the initiative to attack first. As expected, heroes come from the youth. He's full of vigor and would rather break than bend. He actually wiped out Black Capital just like that. Many people were sighing. Black Capital had existed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, yet it was actually wiped out by a youth in one day. Such a great event hasn't happened in many years. He's just a youth, yet he's too crazy and too confident. As expected of the King Hung that rarely appears in many eras. The world was in heated discussion, and every place was clamoring. My brother-in-law. No, my brother Chu Feng is too valiant. He single-handedly killed all the underground world assassins. He's truly unequaled. In the Quasi-Saint tribe, Ing Xiaoxiao's long silver hair reached her waist, and her big watery eyes were filled with excitement and joy at the same time that she was incomparably shocked. Following that, she was worried that an accident would happen to Chu Feng. After all, this matter was too crazy. Damn, this brother is too abnormal. But why do I feel like I've seen him before? No matter how I look at him, he looks like that bastard G-Dade. At this moment, Long Diyu, who had some doubts about his life, was also flabbergasted. He stared at the report, and felt that it was somewhat unreal. Fortunately, he's not G-Dade. Otherwise, I'd most likely be the scapegoat again, said the strange dragon Long Dayu. He felt that he would go crazy if that were to happen. But he didn't know why, but his heart still palpitated a little, and he had an indescribable, ominous premonition. The underground world was thoroughly enraged. On this day, murderous intent pierced through the blue dome of heaven. All the major underground organizations were extremely furious. Some of the people involved were simply about to go crazy and were about to explode from anger. Everyone, can you imagine that Chu Feng, an evolver from the lesser netherworld, who just flattened the extreme martial dojo, has now once again launched an attack that exceeded all expectations. He descended upon Black Capital and wiped out all the troops in the city. This is really too astonishing. The youth are truly fearless. With me around, there's no one. Many newspapers and magazines followed up, and there were reporters who were tracking and reporting in search of Chu Feng's whereabouts. He seemed very excited, especially when he was doing a live broadcast to the area covered by the network in the Yang realm. This kind of excitement was written on his face, and people could feel it. The underground world was very dissatisfied. What kind of attitude was this? It seemed as though they were amazed by Chu Feng's handiwork. However, no one went to hunt him down because he was a veteran war reporter from Taiying newspaper, Su Qian. He was often active on the front lines and was very famous. Of course, his protective talisman was the background of Taiying newspaper behind him. The founder of the newspaper, Tai, had lived for a frighteningly long time, and his background was boundless. It was reported that even the founder of the Tai Hung organization was rumored to be Tai's second son. I feel that this young powerhouse, Chu Feng, won't stop here. I have a mysterious premonition that he might appear again. I'm going to wait at a place now. I feel that I might make a major discovery. Su Qian, the veteran reporter of Tai newspaper, was not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take up this profession. He was very excited because the place he was going to was very close to his current location. Then he acted decisively and rushed over with his equipment. Not long after, Su Qian saw and felt a shocking energy fluctuation. The mountains and rivers were collapsing, the earth was sinking, and cracks were spreading in the void. Everyone, I've really guessed correctly. Do you know where this place is? Su Qian was excited. He had actually arrived at the scene just in time to find Chu Feng. In fact, he was exclaiming in his heart that he was very lucky. He happened to be not far from this place, and he came here with a 1 in a million guess. The result turned out to be true. This is Senior Martial Sister Tai Wu's dojo. The martial madman's lineage. No, it's a dark palace of the martial monarch's lineage. Chu Feng has come here. Su Qian reported live. He was a little afraid. When he mentioned the martial madman, he quickly changed to martial monarch. He was also shouting in his heart that Chu Feng was too crazy. Who was the martial madman here? Not long after killing Tai Wu, he came to provoke the people of this lineage. Chu Feng had indeed come. Being passive was not his style. Since he wanted to cause trouble, he should take the initiative. He chose a dark stronghold of the martial madman's lineage, a heavenly venerable's dojo. The martial madman was one of the sources of darkness, and it wasn't just for show. Among his disciples, there was a group of people who were engaged in dark hunting. Since this lineage was looking for him and wanted to kill him, Chu Feng didn't need to be polite. After destroying Black Capital, he came to this open stronghold. Boom! He smashed the mountain gate with one punch, and the undulating black mountains were blasted apart. He knew that he didn't have much time. He could only throw 6 punches here, and he must leave after he was done, lest the night be fraught with trouble. But he expected it to be enough. Of course, in the process of attacking, he also needed to seize the treasure-grade soil in this place to pave his own path of evolution. Third sect leader. Chapter 1442. Blood energy rushed into the starry sky. At this moment, Chu Feng erupted with his most powerful strength. The entire mountain range was dark red, as if a sunset glow covered the sky, covering this place. Chu Feng didn't have time to waste. He needed to destroy this place in an instant. From a distance, the blood energy was like tens of thousands of volcanoes awakening. They erupted ferociously, piercing through the heavens and tearing apart the heavens. They covered the entire great wastelands, majestic and boundless. This kind of scene shocked everyone. Even several supreme, heavenly venerables working together would find it difficult to produce this kind of power. Yet this was released by a single youth. The Black Mountains were like paper. Some of the further ones were uprooted and sent flying into the horizon by the fist wind. Even more of the closer ones exploded with rumbling sounds and turned into ashes. Chu Feng was no longer aloof and elegant. As his white clothes fluttered, he was like an unrivaled immortal as he walked in with large steps. The scene was astonishing. In his surroundings, beams of light shot into the heavens, and the corpses of gods and demons laid on the ground. It was a scene of blood flowing like rivers. These were all abnormal scenes triggered by his killing intent. Nothing could stop his footsteps. At this moment, his conviction was boundlessly powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a scene appearing. He was going to sweep through all enemies. It could be said that this was a power that could sweep through all obstacles. This fist wasn't destroying the mountains, but rather piercing through the protective domain here. The Black Mountains and the various restrictions and runes were all obliterated by the fist light. From a distance, the great earth surged with divine light and rushed into the heavens. The heavens seemed to be burning as well. This was the embodiment of the Tao field's great Tao patterns being blasted open and pierced through. In the distance, Tai newspaper's reporter Su Qian was dumbstruck. He often appeared in the most intense battlefields and was extremely powerful himself. He was also incomparably experienced and used to great scenes. Even so, he was still frightened at this moment. Su Qian was deeply shaken. Great waves surged in his heart. In his eyes, this was still just a youth, but now it seemed to have surpassed immortal kings and demon kings. It was too terrifying. The heavenly deity Tao Field was pierced through with a single fist, obliterating the order here. This was walking the path of invincibility. That youth's heart was fearless. Only he was supreme. Only he was invincible. Chu Feng's blood chi surged, and he looked even more terrifying than a devil sovereign coming into being. Exuding boundless pressure, he strode into the Taoist right temple. At this moment, every movement he made resonated with heaven and earth. When his foot landed on the ground, it caused the entire sky and earth to resonate with his footsteps. "How dare you?" Celestial deity Jadeshine was shocked and furious. She woke up from her meditation and rushed out of the stone room. Endless coldness filled the depths of her eyes. There was actually someone who dared to break into her Tao field. Who was she? The disciple of a mighty figure. Moreover, his grandmaster was a martial emperor, respected by the whole world. Who would dare to disrespect him? Throughout the endless years, she remained aloof, no one daring to provoke her. Especially in recent times, she had taken over some of the shady businesses in her sect. Her training hall had become a semi-public dark stronghold, and the outside world was extremely afraid of it. But now, someone actually dared to come to their door in such an unbridled manner. It was truly hateful. However, when she saw who it was, her pupils constricted. She naturally recognized Chu Feng because she'd seen his portrait a long time ago. Within the mountain gate, many disciples cried out in alarm. After this place became a dark stronghold, the disciples trained here all carried murderous intent and had all been stained with blood. This was a branch of the martial emperor's lineage that specialized in walking in the dark. They were different from the extreme martial lineage because they had seen more blood. But even though this was a group of elite hunters, there was no lack of divine kings and even quasi-celestial venerables. Now they were all horrified because Madman Chu had arrived. To call Chu Feng like this in their hearts, one could imagine how much they feared and attached importance to him. Otherwise, why would they instinctively call him a madman? That was an alternative title of the sect's founder, the Martial Emperor. Inform the Patriarch and have him take action. Ask a mighty figure to eliminate this demon Chu. Some people shouted. They called him a demon, but they couldn't really call him Madman Chu. Boom! There was nothing more to say. Chu Feng blasted out a fist, and the entire world became silent. The divine kings and the others in front of him were all sent flying in a dazzling light. Then, they melted and turned into a rain of light. The energy levels of the two sides weren't even on the same level. The disparity was too great. Behind him, celestial venerable jade reflection was furious. Even though she had already tried to stop him, it was useless. Her disciples disappeared in droves. Moreover, Chu Feng's fist blasted open the ground and created a strange underground area. That was the place where celestial venerable jade reflection nurtured the almighty plants. Chu Feng had killed those divine kings in passing. He wasn't attacking deliberately. The reason why Chu Feng chose to attack this place was because it would be convenient for him to attack. He didn't need to worry about killing the innocent and could go all out. The people here were even more ruthless than the extreme martial emperor's disciples. They were either veteran killers or seed killers. This was a dark stronghold. Relatively speaking, the extreme martial emperor's disciples couldn't be considered ruthless and could be considered normal disciples. The martial madman's lineage was also divided into several branches. 2 punches, Chu Feng said to himself. He still had 4 chances to attack. At this time, he had already seen a strange medicinal field underground. It was less than 3 meters in radius and looked like a small swamp. There was water in the dark, and in the middle, a black lotus was growing. Extreme Martial Emperor wanted to become a mighty figure, so he nurtured a crimson lotus. His senior sister nurtured a black lotus. They were really disciples of the same master. They were both related to lotuses. Not bad. Chu Feng was delighted. That was the soil that could nurture almighty plants. This was his ultimate goal. Kill. Celestial venerable jade reflection roared. Everything happened too quickly. Everything happened in a flash, faster than the blink of an eye. The enemy was as fast and fierce as lightning. He destroyed her Tao field in an instant and wanted to seize the Black Lotus. This was the object of her path. If she lost it, it would be worse than killing her. Rumble. Jade Reflection activated her strongest technique in a 5-color decree. It was given to her by her master not long ago. It could save her life and kill her enemies. It emitted the pressure of a mighty figure. For a celestial venerable, this was the strongest attack. It could destroy all things and kill all enemies. Heaven and earth change. Chu Feng muttered. The mountains and rivers reversed, and the starry sky appeared in the firmament. This was the embodiment of his extreme sublimation after comprehending the domain. He borrowed the power of the mountains and rivers here and the power of the resplendent starry sky. Time and space were disturbed, and it was as if the universe was being changed. This naturally wasn't enough to break through the mighty figure's might, but it could change the trajectory of his Tao marks. It was faster than traveling through space and time. Chu Feng's body seemed to reappear in another world after being reconstructed. He suddenly disappeared from his original position and appeared behind celestial, venerable jade reflection. His fist light didn't diminish and instead became even more intense as it came crashing down. Chu Feng couldn't resist a mighty figure's attack at the moment, so he didn't take the decree head-on. Even if he could, he wouldn't do so because time didn't allow it. He used the ultimate domain to successfully evade the decree. Heavens, how did he do it? He actually evaded a mighty figure's attack. That decree floated up and down with tens of thousands of beams of golden light, breaking through the laws of order. But in the end, it landed on nothing. Su Qian cried out in surprise in the distance. He hid far enough away and didn't forget his job at this moment. He was broadcasting the battle faithfully. Unfortunately, the energy radiance was too terrifying and people couldn't look directly at it. He couldn't record the key scenes. As a famous reporter, He had been bestowed a secret treasure by a top expert to protect himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to watch a battle of this level. Everyone, do you see it? It's as if I'm watching the rise of a youth who will contend with Li and Martial Emperor. Su Qian roared excitedly. In truth, many people in the outside world who were watching this battle through him were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Boom! Fist radiance erupted and collided with celestial venerable jade reflections, energy radiance. The resulting explosion tore apart the world. Xian Zhao coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her celestial armor was shattered, and she was sent flying. She only stopped after smashing through 14 black mountains. 3 punches already, Chu Feng muttered. The decree floating in the air gradually dimmed. After all, it was an inanimate object. Even if it fell into the air, it would still release energy. It was no longer a threat. Boom! Chu Feng blasted out a 4th punch. Moreover, his other hand reached out and grabbed towards the black muddy field underground. He wanted to seize the mutant earth of the great power level. This was related to his evolution. Not far away, celestial venerable jade reflection was alarmed and furious. The other party had actually punched her several times while attacking her. This was looking down on her too much. However, she really wasn't a match. The fist radiance spread over. Cracks appeared all over her body, and she was almost beaten to death. She was a celestial venerable. Moreover, when Chu Feng killed her junior brother, Tai Wu, he had also fought fiercely for a period of time. It was far from being as ferocious as it was now. How could she be so weak? She was clearly stronger than her junior brother, Tai Wu. This made Xian Zhao angry and sullen, but she had no choice but to risk her life regardless of everything. She burned her celestial venerable true blood and immediately chanted an incantation. With a boom, the black lotus in the medicinal field was uprooted. It disappeared in a flash and appeared in her hand. The black lotus hadn't matured yet. She had plucked it ahead of time and used it as a weapon. Otherwise, it would have fallen into the enemy's hands. Rumble. The earth cracked. Chu Feng grabbed the black mud field that was around 3 meters in size. At the same time, he punched out a 4th time. After putting away the medicinal field, his other hand also grabbed the super divine magnet and all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures. He didn't leave anything behind. Crack! Wherever the fist radiance passed, cracks appeared on the black lotus in celestial venerable jade reflection's hand. This was a plant that contained the essence of a great being. Although it was still being nurtured and was still growing, it wasn't weak. But now it was about to be destroyed. Celestial venerable jade reflection's heart was bleeding. She had originally wanted to nurture it for a few more decades. When it matured, she would use this item to take that crucial step and become a great being. But now, everything was for naught. It was damaged. At the same time, she suffered serious injuries again. There were terrifying cracks all over her body. She was almost crushed by the fist radiance. Master, it's about time. Celestial venerable jade reflection cried out inwardly. She hoped that her master would hurry over and immediately kill Chu Feng. This was because a day ago, her master had left behind a backup plan. She had set up spatial gates in her disciples' Tao rites that led directly to the great being's cave. As soon as a great battle broke out, it would be sensed. However, it was still too far away. It would take a few seconds for energy to pass through the spatial gates. Celestial venerable jade reflection needed to hold on. According to the battle between Chu Feng and Tai Wu, celestial venerable jade reflection and her master believed that even if Chu Feng appeared here and attacked them, celestial venerable jade reflection would be able to hold on for a long time. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Chu Feng had become even more powerful after obtaining the dual Hung King fruit. His strength had increased by a great deal. Boom! Boom! Chu Feng's 5th and 6th punches landed one after another. It was as if all things were being destroyed. In the dazzling brilliance, all sound disappeared. Then, celestial venerable jade reflection's body turned into light inch by inch. Then, she suddenly broke down like a sun exploding. In the distance, Su Qian was shaken, his hands and feet shaking. This scene was too horrifying and incomparably shocking. That youth blasted apart the powerful, celestial, venerable jade reflection with just 6 punches? This was even faster than when he killed Tai Wu, even more domineering. At this moment, those who saw this scene through Su Qian's eyes all felt a chill run down their backs. Then they all cried out in alarm. This was too shocking. Many people finally understood why Chu Feng could cover the sky with a single hand, able to destroy Black Capital with his own strength. Celestial venerable jade reflection was incomparably terrified and furious. In the end, her remnant soul light also scattered. In the end, she couldn't wait until her master arrived. I am the martial emperor's grand disciple. Since recent times, I have even more so roamed the underground world of darkness, personally killing many experts and wiping out generation after generation of geniuses. In the end, I actually died under the hands of a youth. I am unwilling. Her remnant will fluctuated, roaring and spreading, but it couldn't change anything. When the resplendent fist light whistled past, heaven and earth became silent. Everything disappeared. Her body and soul were destroyed. At the same time, this celestial venerable Tao, right, the assassin stronghold, was also collapsing. The Black Mountains collapsed and turned into powder. A few of celestial venerable jade reflection's disciples and followers weren't in the sect. When they saw this scene at the end of the horizon, they all felt cold all over and trembled. They would never be able to erase the shadow in their hearts at this moment, and they would tremble every time they thought about it in the future. Madman Chu, a follower said with a trembling voice. Chu Feng seemed to have sensed something. He looked in a certain direction, revealing his snow-white teeth in a smile, and said, "Are you comparing me to the martial madman? Then I am Emperor Chu?" At the end of the horizon, those disciples and followers were so scared that their faces were drained of blood. They almost fell from the sky, and their entire bodies were stiff. It was as if they had been targeted by a prehistoric beast, and they couldn't move at all. One had to know that they were all divine-level evolvers, but at this moment, they were in such a sorry state. Emperor Chu doesn't seem as resounding as martial emperor. Why don't you call me human emperor? Remember, call me human emperor. Chu Feng's snow-white teeth flickered with a brilliant luster under the sunlight as he looked toward the horizon. At this moment, his entire person was full of vigor like the rosy clouds of the morning, but it made those people even more terrified. All of them fell from the sky in fright. In truth, he was still moving when Chu Feng spoke. He quickly set up a domain and entered it. He wouldn't attack again after 6 punches, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. The moment he stepped in and disappeared, the sturdy and indestructible spatial gate erupted with a world-rending light. A powerhouse had crossed over. Jade Reflection's master had appeared and descended upon this place. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Chu Feng had finished his business and left in a huff. "You can't run." The white-haired powerhouse was graceful and charming, but her eyes were as cold as a cold pond. She stood high in the air as her black dress fluttered in the wind. She appeared on the ground and then suddenly rushed into the distance. Her speed was too fast. Could it be that the era of the young Slayer powerhouse is about to arrive? In the distance, reporter Su Qian subconsciously muttered to himself. He felt apprehensive. As for the outside world, when people saw the live broadcast and heard his words, they were all speechless. Then, there was an uproar. Chapter 1443. F***CK. Heaven Emperor above. What did I see? He's just a youth, yet he crushed a powerful celestial venerable that had the potential to become an almighty with 6 punches. No, he only used 4 or 5 punches, and he blew up a powerful celestial venerable that had the potential to become an almighty. He showed off his ability, was peerlessly domineering, and suppressed the universe with his fists. Someone curled his lips and said, "Is this how a child should be?" You better pray that he doesn't hear you, or else you'll definitely be beaten to death. You're just a divine king yourself, yet you want to provoke him, and you even dare to evaluate this great demon like that. It's just a metaphor, the middle-aged man said embarrassedly. I heard you. Give me some benefits, or else I guarantee he'll beat you to death. Long to you, who was passing by, flapped his dragon wings and shouted loudly. He'd recently recovered a very powerful strength, and his confidence was inflated, so he'd come out to cause trouble again. It wasn't surprising that the strange dragon could encounter these two people, because at this moment, many people in the world were talking about Chu Feng. Swoosh, swoosh. With just two sounds, the two people directly vanished. Don't run, the strange dragon shouted from behind. They weren't the only ones who'd personally witnessed this battle through Su Qian's live broadcast. Countless people from all over the world had watched this short yet shocking battle, and many people's blood vessels expanded. Emperor Chu is too strong. He's so young, yet he already possesses such peak battle prowess. Slaughtering a celestial venerable is like slaughtering a chicken. He's really a generation's killer. Some young evolvers exclaimed in admiration, and they criticized at the same time. Their feelings were slightly complicated. He annihilated Black Capital alone in one day, and then charged into the martial emperor's grand disciples Bottomanda, completely annihilating everyone. He's really a great demon of a generation. Many people of the same generation were deeply shocked, and they didn't know how to evaluate him. They were envious and reverent, and they felt that it would be very difficult for them to catch up in this lifetime. What Emperor Chu? He dares to be mentioned in the same breath as the martial emperor, and he dares to say this title himself. He'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Naturally, there were people who were dissatisfied, and they were all enemies. They'd suffered heavy losses this time, and many people in the underground world wanted to kill Chu Feng. Arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. This Chu Feng is dead for sure. If this goes on, he won't live for more than 3 days. I don't believe that the martial emperor in Nantua will allow him to live. Even Li Su was killed because he wanted to dominate the world, affecting the interests of all parties. He is just a youth, and he comes from the little underworld. He doesn't have any background, and he doesn't belong to any sect. What makes him so arrogant? He's going to die soon. All parties in the dark world were furious. Many people were predicting that Chu Feng was not far from destruction. If he dared to continue to be so arrogant, he was destined to die a violent death. At the same time, someone from the Mortal King clan's Mo clan also laughed coldly and muttered, "Human Emperor? He really dared to seal himself. Who gave him the guts? Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the spirit? None of us dared to covet this title, so he kept it there. He is nothing more than a creature from the netherworld, yet he dares act so arrogant. Is he courting death? Not even our ancestors can control that title. So what virtue or ability does he have? If the Human Emperor clan recovers one day and returns from beyond the heavens, no one will be able to protect him." The people of the Mo clan had some doubts at the same time as they spoke coldly. They always felt that Chu Feng seemed familiar. There seemed to be a youth that they loathed so much in the past. They couldn't help but think of G-Dade, that killing embryo that deserved to be hacked to pieces. He had once made an enemy of their clan at the heavenly immortal waterfall and killed 2 of their direct descendants. After that, this G-Dade even joined hands with a strange dragon. He had the gall to call the wind and summon the rain. He actually dared to hire dark hunters to attack the Mortal King clan. This was indeed a very bad memory. In the quasi-immortal clan, Ying Xiao Xiao, with her long silver hair as smooth as silk, had a brilliant radiance on her face. She smiled very happily and said, "Brother Chu Feng is really becoming more and more powerful." He swept away everything along the way and crushed the line of the martial madman. If this goes on, he will really be conferred the title of emperor. Beside her, her elder sister Ying was surrounded by white mist, and her expression couldn't be seen. At this moment, she was as tranquil as the moon in the water, ethereal and otherworldly. In Wudi, on the other hand, had his mouth wide open and shock written all over his dark face. He didn't dare to believe that the human trafficker who was on the same level as Embark then was now this powerful. He could easily destroy a city and could suppress the celestial venerate with just a raise of his hand. It was too abnormal. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how self-proclaimed emperor, you are still that human trafficker. Many unpleasant memories surfaced in Woody's mind. At the same time, he was also wiping away his sweat. Back then, he was almost sold by the other party, which caused him to resist and interfere with the relationship between that demon and his own sister. If they met again one day, would he be beaten until he collapsed in tears? How delightful. I've long been annoyed by those murderers from the underground world. Brother, I'll become stronger and do my best to catch up to your footsteps. I look forward to the day we meet again. The black yak in his youth, the old donkey's reincarnation, the gifted scholar Lu Bohu, and the great tiger of Dong, who was exploring the tiger race ruins in the alien wasteland, were either rubbing their palms together or swearing to rise to power. All of them were congratulating Chu Feng for this battle. This battle was reported in detail by the Thai newspaper. There was a specialist who commented on it. He was an old pedant in the field of evolution. Through the various information Su Qian sent back from a scene, he elaborated on how strong Chu Feng was, how far he had gone, and the internal reasons behind it. According to our analysis, he may have walked on the path of invincibility that the Terminator once walked. He no longer has an opponent among his peers. It's not as if such people didn't exist since ancient times. For example, Li Su and Nan Tua had never been defeated in their entire lives. They were invincible in every realm of evolution and could sweep through the world. The Thai newspaper wasn't stingy with its praises. Based on the explosive energy from Chu Feng's fist and the large amount of data, it discussed his untypical path of evolution. In the end, it was inferred that this might be the path of brilliance of the Een Realm species, and that they were destined to rise to power. The so-called Een Realm species were some seed evolvers brought back from the Lesser Een Realm. Because they contained the laws of the two realms, the Yin and Yang Tao marks interweaved and complemented each other. They were bound to become stronger. In reality, there were also people from the Yang realm who entered the Lesser Een realm of their own accord. Apart from searching for treasures, they also wanted to temper themselves into such a Yang realm species. In the end, the laws of the Tao complemented each other. Afterwards, the old expert from the Black Blood Research Institute wrote an article in this authoritative journal on evolution. He analyzed and firmly believed that Chu Feng must have absorbed the powder of the Emperor Flower. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have such extraordinary strength at such a young age. It would have been impossible for him to become an eternal king at such a young age. Following that, he mentioned that if Chu Feng hadn't accidentally eaten the Emperor fruit, then he must have absorbed the invincible pollen passed down from ancient times. The unfailing flower, the celestial Emperor fruit, the desolate blood grass. It was the first time many people had heard of these legendary plants during the rise and fall of eras. When the people of the world first learned of them, they were shaken to the core, and all of them yearned for them. Who wouldn't want them? If one day they had them, it might mean that they had opened the path of invincibility for a lifetime. It would be difficult to find someone who could compete with them. It was rumored that Li Su came from the first mountain and was suspected to have eaten half a desolate bloodgrass there. This was a very important foundation for him to set foot on the road to sweep through the world. The first mountain were number 9 and the others where it was not simple. There were too many traces of invincibility left there. It wasn't surprising to some old pedants that a desolate bloodgrass could grow there and survive. The world was in heated discussion, and many places in the Yang realm were in a state of discussion. Chu Feng defeated Haidu in one day and then blew up a celestial venerable from the martial emperor's bloodline. This caused a huge storm. On this day, Chu Feng's name spread throughout the Yang realm. Even the most remote and desolate places had some activity. Even Su Qian, a famous reporter from Tyene newspaper, became famous today. He was actually able to obtain first-hand information and broadcast live the battle of Chu Feng, blowing up a celestial venerable. This caused a huge sensation. This made his competitors in the same industry jealous and envious. This caused the Heavenly Morning Post and Tonghua newspaper to dispatch a large number of experienced war reporters in the hope that they would be fortunate enough to obtain the following first-hand information. They guessed that Chu Feng might make a big move. Moreover, that white-haired almighty chased him all the way and might be able to stop Chu Feng. At this moment, it could be said that the whole world was watching. That was because the white-haired almighty was chasing in a certain direction and hadn't stopped from the beginning to the end. Along the way, the energy she emitted was simply world-shaking. Sometimes, she would fly in the firmament. Even though she was very high from the ground, she would still cause many huge mountains to explode in half and blossom with dazzling light beams. Fortunately, she spent most of her time shuttling through the void and traversing the spatial passages with her physical body. It was unknown how many people in the Yang realm were paying attention and waiting. Could it be that she had really discovered Chu Feng's traces and was about to chase him down? However, no one saw Chu Feng along the way. The people only saw the white-haired almighty chasing him along an inexplicable path. The eyes of the whole world gradually gathered on her. Everyone was amazed. Could it be that she was really going to lock on a Chu Feng? For a moment, the pursuit this time was the focus of attention. In the extreme north of the Yang realm, where the martial monarch was in seclusion, the disciples of the martial madman's faction couldn't sit still anymore. There was an uproar, and they couldn't wait to attack and kill that demon to avenge their fellow disciples. Let's go ask the patriarch to come out of seclusion and kill this demon. As long as the patriarch appears, even if he is millions of miles away, a flick of his finger is enough to crush him. Many people under the martial monarch's faction were furious. Today could be said to be a day where their internal organs were burning. Eldest senior brother, let's ask Master. Even a personal disciple of the martial madman couldn't help but suggest to the eldest senior brother of the martial monarch's faction. In the end, the white-haired old man didn't say a word and walked into the depths of the extreme north. Not long after, he took out a blood-colored bamboo cane. Has Master come out of seclusion? Asked one of the martial monarch's personal disciples. The white-haired eldest senior brother's eyes were as deep as the starry sky of the universe. There was no joy or worry on his face as he said, "What kind of status does Master have? If he came out of seclusion and launched a peerless attack just for a bug, it would really be beneath his status. This is the bamboo cane that Master used when he was young. Go give it to Junior Sister and activate the runes. It should be enough to nail that madman to death." At the same time, dozens of provinces away, on the land that was millions of miles away, Chu Feng walked out of the void crack with a puzzled look on his face. It seemed that someone had chased him all the way here. They must have some skills to be able to find a trace of him. He caressed the stone jar. Was he going to use it to erase all traces of his aura and escape completely? He was somewhat unwilling. Why did the enemy dare to chase after him like this? Did they really think that he was a pushover now? A being at the level of the martial madman probably won't come out of seclusion for a while. If he feels that killing me isn't worth it, then he will personally make a move unless I kill his disciple. This was Chu Feng's conjecture. For this reason, he had studied the legends of all the people in this line and their way of doing things, so he didn't feel much pressure until now. Chu Feng, the heaven's pride of a generation, is going to shoot the giant condor today. Even if you're a mighty figure, if you provoke me, I will still nail you to death. Chu Feng stopped and didn't run away anymore. He had decided to do something big. He took out the reincarnation soil and a small, black, and slightly rotten wooden spear that was only the length of a chopstick. He gestured it toward the sky and made a drawing of a bow to shoot the heavenly wolf. I'm a little unwilling. I still want to find a chance to skewer a few super big guys to death. I wonder who will come this time, he muttered to himself. The third sect leader, Chapter 1444. It was Chu Feng's wish to use the black wooden spear as long as a chopstick to stab a few super big guys to death. Back when he was still weak, he had already stabbed a quasi-celestial venerable to death. Now that he was in this realm and had prepared enough reincarnation soil, he felt that it shouldn't be a problem. Why do I feel palpitations? The situation doesn't seem right. Is there some danger approaching? Chu Feng frowned. He stood on this somewhat dark land and stared at the firmament. His posture was all set, waiting to kill the unknown enemy behind him. But now he had a very bad feeling and felt uneasy in the depths of his heart. It wasn't a good omen. Could it be that the martial madman had come out of seclusion and was going to rule the world? Chu Feng felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think it was right. That madman shouldn't have come into being for him at this stage. That was because the waters of the Yang realm were very deep. There were definitely more than one or two prehistoric creatures, and there might even be monsters from the same generation as the martial madman's master. At this stage, whoever came into being first will be the focus of attention from all parties. Presumably, the martial madman wouldn't make any unusual movements at this time. When he felt that something was wrong, Chu Feng opened up a space and fled horizontally, far away from where he stood. Mastering a domain could borrow the power of mountains and rivers. Chu Feng was like a floating beam of light as he traversed half a province in the space passage and appeared on top of a towering mountain. That feeling didn't weaken. On the contrary, it's getting worse. Chu Feng's expression changed. Piles and piles of divine magnets were suspended in the air around him like a river of stars, drawing upon the power of the mountains and rivers below and the essence of the sea of stars in outer space to release the power of a domain. He was ready to leave at any time, but he was still a little unwilling. He really wanted to kill in the wilderness and kill the enemies chasing after him. Even at this stage, he still hadn't given up completely. Chu Feng frowned. What kind of danger was approaching? At the same time, at the end of the same province, the white-haired almighty Ling Xian stopped. She had a special heavenly wall with her. It was refined from the Yang realm's origin world stone and could be considered a priceless treasure. Among the martial madman's faction, only the 4 disciples he valued the most possessed it. Not all of his direct disciples had it, because it was too precious. As long as he was still in the Yang realm, no matter where he went, he would be able to hear the messages from the martial madman and the other 3 disciples who possessed the celestial wall. Now, the celestial wall on the white-haired, almighty Ling Xian's body was glowing. She listened quietly, and very soon, the void split open. The sect knew her coordinates and used the transmission domain to send her a bloody spear. It was 3 meters long, and it was a quasi-ultimate weapon refined from the blood bamboo that grew in the chaos. According to legend, it grew from bathing in the blood of fallen innate fiend gods. Of course, the most precious thing about this object was not the material, but the accumulation of the great Tao substance left behind by its owner. This was the weapon of the martial madman when he was young. It was said to be a weapon of youth, but how long had the martial madman lived? It was too long, and his exact age couldn't be verified. His so-called youth, prime of life, and so on were all extremely long periods of time. The body of the spear was densely covered in blood-colored patterns. Its sharpness was restrained, but anyone who saw it at first glance would tremble uncontrollably. This weapon was too terrifying, as if it wanted to devour the blood and essence of all living things and harvest the souls of all living beings. For a moment, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the sky shattered. All these scenes were too horrifying, and all of them were caused by this spear. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles in radius the plants were withering as their life essence was instantly sucked out. The blood spear was very terrifying. Although its aura was restrained, its formless might was unparalleled. One could well imagine what would happen if one were to stab it with one's hand. All great enemies would be pierced through, and even the laws and order would be broken. The eldest direct disciple of the martial emperor, the eldest senior brother of the sect, told Ling Xian that as long as she sensed Chu Feng's aura, she could inject a wisp into the blood spear and throw it out. It would automatically kill the enemy. Once the martial emperor spear was out, it was bound to shock the world. Even if it was millions of miles away, it wouldn't stop until it killed the enemy and wouldn't return until it was bathed in blood. However, even though she was holding the martial emperor's spear, the white-haired almighty Ling Xian suddenly felt uneasy. Especially now, with a weapon that made Master Peerless famous in his early years in her hand, her heart was palpitating more and more. What is this place? Ling Xian's hair stood on end, and she actually had a feeling of wanting to escape. Staying in this place was uncomfortable. This shouldn't be the case at all. She should be at ease with the martial emperor spear in her hand. She had the confidence to pierce through all enemies in the world. Even celestial venerable Hung would die, let alone some eternal monarch Dao fruit. But now, a shadow was cast over her heart. She felt that a great danger was approaching. This was a kind of instinctive intuition. Whoosh! Ling Xian's white hair fluttered in the wind. Her entire person was otherworldly, and her charm was exceptionally moving. She was a rare beauty of her generation. She rose into the air, and with the martial emperor spear in her hand, she shattered the void and fled far away. Of course, the direction she was advancing in was still the direction Chu Feng had left in. She still wanted to kill the enemy. Moreover, at this time, she poured a wisp of aura she had seized into the martial emperor's spear in preparation to throw it out and kill the youth who had killed her disciple. However, at this time, her body couldn't help but tremble. After activating the martial emperor's spear, her uneasy feeling became even stronger. Endless pressure surged over, and even breathing became difficult. How is this possible? Ling Xian was astonished. She didn't know how many years it had been since she had experienced something like this. She had a feeling that she wanted to flee for her life. At the same time, Chu Feng traversed the void again at the end of the earth. With a single leap, he crossed over millions of miles. He wanted to escape this province. It was too strange, and he felt that the situation was extremely bad. Apart from the uneasiness from before, he sensed a peerlessly sharp attack that was aimed straight at his soul. It wanted to nail him to the ground across millions of miles of space. An ultimate life form's weapon has appeared. It's pointing at me from afar. Could it be that it's about to be used to kill me? Chu Feng's instinctive intuition was too sharp. However, he wasn't afraid. He firmly believed that the Blackwood spear could defeat it. However, up until now, he still hadn't found out where the danger from before came from. At the same time, he became increasingly aware that it was an irresistible disaster. It was as if the sky was going to collapse and the earth was going to cave in. It was difficult to resist. Flee. He knew that he couldn't kill any more enemies this time. He had to leave as soon as possible. Right now, he felt as if the world of the living was about to collapse, and there was a sense of suffocation. At this time, the white-haired woman didn't let go. She was afraid. The martial emperor's spear in her hand erupted with a bloody light that shot into the heavens. It illuminated half the land of the province red. Violent energy surged and was extremely vigorous. The mountains, rivers, and all living things were trembling. All living beings in the entire province were shivering and prostrating themselves on the ground. Something big has happened. Not to mention Chu Feng. Even the evolvers in the neighboring provinces were terrified. Their hearts were suppressed to the extreme. They then broke through the sky and couldn't help but flee for their lives. Where is this? Chu Feng rushed out of the void again. He was very surprised because he didn't feel that he had gone very far after passing through the spatial passage several times. He suspected that he was still in the province from before. Was he being disturbed by some kind of supreme great Tao trace? He swooped down to the ground and caught a divine level vicious bird that was fleeing in the great wasteland. He interrogated it about this place. The golden crane's feathers stood on end and golden light shot out one after another. It was too frightened and replied with a trembling voice, Han, province. Is there anything special about this province? For example, does this province have a dangerous land or an ultimate wretched land? Chu Feng quickly asked. Moreover, he didn't stop during this process. Instead, he brought the golden crane through space again and fled into the distance. This province doesn't have a forbidden land, but it's adjacent to the Yin province. That's a land of extinction, the golden crane replied. It was so scared that its soul left its body. Who did it encounter? Wasn't this the great demon Chu Feng? It had just returned to the mountains and rivers from a modern city and had seen explosive news about him. It actually encountered him. It wanted to cry and curse it endlessly in its heart. It felt like it really stepped on dragon dung and ran into heaven-defying misfortune to encounter such a super troublemaker that was courting death. Of course, the golden crane believed that while this person was courting death, he would also court death for a large group of people. As such, it wailed in its heart, "Don't drag me down with you. Go and do it yourself." Chu Feng's scalp went numb. He finally realized where the problem lay. A major event that could shake the foundation of the Yang realm might happen in the Yin province. He wasn't unfamiliar with the Yin province because a major event had happened several years ago. At that time, the Yin province was still very peaceful and there weren't any dangerous lands. But one day, half of the province suddenly exploded and Yin Qi overflowed into the sky, covering the entire province. That day, the entire Yang realm was shaken. Many people guessed that the legend would become reality and that the great Yin realm would appear one day. This was because, in many people's eyes, the great Yin realm had always been a region of theory. It was just a world that had been deduced since the ancient times and rarely appeared in reality. That was until a few years ago when the Yin province, which had been silent for countless years, emitted black mist. Some of the great Tao had been torn apart, shocking the ultimate creatures. Perhaps the Yang realm had undergone a drastic change because of this. In reality, Chu Feng had a deep understanding of this matter. Back then, when the Yin province was broken, it was suspected to be premeditated. At that time, the overlord of the Yang province revived and was rumored to unify the Yang realm, diverting everyone's attention. Then, reincarnation hunters appeared in the desolate border and attracted the attention of the world. But no one expected that the Yin province would explode in the end and the black mist would devour the heaven and earth. That year, it was unknown how many powerhouses of the Yang realm were mobilized to seal the large hole together. But afterward, they didn't mention this matter at all. It was also a few years ago that the Yin province was added to the list of forbidden lands in the Yang realm. It became the 21st dangerous land that couldn't be set foot in, and all who entered would die. At this time, the white-haired female powerhouse Ling Xian felt even more deeply than Chu Feng because she had personally come back then. Moreover, she had brought Tai Wu to the outskirts of the Yin province and watched from afar. The great Yin province burst its dike. At this time, she felt a chill from head to toe. She held the martial emperor's spear tightly and didn't dare to let go. Moreover, she fled at top speed. She finally knew where the problem was. This was the Han province, adjacent to the Yin province. At this time, Ling Xian was horrified. The martial emperor's spear in her hand emitted a terrifying bloody light that pierced through the sky. The white-haired female powerhouse's entire arm that was holding the spear cracked and then turned into a rain of light. She fled in pain and decisively, distancing herself from the martial emperor's spear. Boom! The heavens and earth collapsed as the martial emperor's spear flew toward the Yin province, turning into a huge and shocking beam of light. The traces of the great Tao it left behind were incomparably resplendent, burning the heaven and earth as it traversed the land of the two provinces. Why? Ling Xian couldn't believe it. The martial emperor's spear didn't protect her and instead injured her. Moreover, the state of the martial emperor's spear was very strange. It was like an offering burning itself and releasing some kind of indescribable substance. Rumble. The Yin province was overflowing with black mist. After the martial emperor's spear arrived, it resonated with this place. The rumbling sound shook the world, and millions of strands of the great Tao appeared and interweaved in the sky. Gotcha! At this moment, it was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through the hearts of all the evolvers in the Yang realm. It was so shocking that their minds trembled. Then, a great event that was enough to be recorded in the history books and influence the ages erupted. The Yin province exploded once again. Black light surged out like a vast ocean. The most important thing was the indescribable power of order and the supreme fragments of the great Tao. It was as if countless stars were crashing down. The sky of the Yin province exploded and released an unparalleled mighty force. The martial emperor's spear was burning and breaking apart inch by inch. It turned into fine powder in the sky, and the bloody light it emitted actually became a primer, as if it was guiding someone or something back. How dare you? In the extreme north, the martial madman's eldest disciple was furious. His master's weapon from his youth was actually destroyed. It was drawn in by some kind of invisible domain and turned into a sacrificial offering. Then, he quickly shut up with a pale complexion. He was monitoring what was happening in the Yin province through a precious mirror. The Yin province had a special meaning to their sect. It was related to a great deal because a terrifying enemy of his master had fallen there in the past. Blood dyed the Yin province red, but many years had passed, and the martial emperor was still paying attention to that province all year round. Now, this eldest disciple thought of something, and his face lost all color. Rumble. The sky of the Yin province exploded, and something appeared and fell down. At this moment, the white-haired powerhouse who was close to the Yin province was deathly pale and couldn't help but cry out. What did she see? Her hair stood on end, and a chill from the depths of her heart pervaded her entire body, making her unable to move. The third sect master that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.